What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Happy Draftmas to everybody. Yeah, man, the draft is here. One of my favorite times of the year. This is spring Christmas. This is spring Christmas. The draft is here. I'm super excited for it. I I've been talking draft all day long with anybody who will listen to me. Shout out to my dog Chop. Was talking draft with him for about the last 40 about the last 45 minutes. So super geeked up. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. Let's see. Got a little time before it starts. Let's see here. Let me get everything set up like I need. Okay, there we go. Cannot wait. What's up? What's up? What's up? Go ahead, tap in when y'all get here. Tap in. Let me know who in the building. Holla at me in the chat. I'm getting my coverage together. One second here. Holler at me in the chat. Let me know in the building. And you know what? I may have to get up for a hot second. Get myself situated. I don't know about y'all, but like I said, draft day is a holiday. It's a holiday for you, boy. I'm gonna go get my little drink together so I can sit back and enjoy myself. Ooh, AJ Brown just signed 3 for 96. Ooh. Was that other deal already up? How many I wonder how much was on that shout out to my dog Chop. I wonder how much was left over from that last contract when he came over there. I guess it was just a 4-year deal. I think that first deal was 4 years. I think it was just 4 for 100. Oh yeah, he got a nice little pay bumped in from 4 for 100, 3 for 96. Ooh, 32 a year. Hey, he gotta love draft day. He definitely loved draft day. Hell yeah. He definitely loves draft day. That's a fact. Man, 3 for 9. Man, they was cashing out. Cause yeah, Devontae Smith, he he just got cashed out. Oh man, Devontae Smith just got some bread too. I can't think of what I'm gonna look it up for us. Devontae Smith just got paid, and they paid the tackle. No, excuse me, and they paid the guard, Landon Dickerson. He got 100 million at guard. So yeah, they just spent a good 200 million this offseason between Devontae Smith, AJ Brown, and Landon Dickerson. And I'm trying to think, did somebody else get paid? But they gave your boy Saquon, they gave him what, 36, 37 in free agency? Yeah, boy, they been dropping bags. But no, Amon-Ra St. Brown just got cashed out. I'm not gonna lie. I was very surprised when I seen that Amon-Ra St. Brown bag. I want to say Amon-Ra St. Brown, he definitely set the market. He's got the most expensive receiver contract in history. You know what I'm saying? I think it's like 117. No, it's 4 for 120. It's 4 for 120, and it's got a 77 million guaranteed, if I remember right. And that's the both of those. I mean, were records when he signed them. Now AJ Brown with 3 for 96. That's 32 a year, so that's already more than at least the average per year was for Amon-Ra St. Brown. But yeah, 32. Ooh. Well, what you think Justin Jefferson number gonna be? AJ Brown just got 32. Amon-Ra St. Brown just got 120. So shit. Justin Jefferson, bro, gotta get, man, his shit finna be done, bro. Justin Jefferson getting 35 a year. I'm calling it, man. Justin Jefferson getting 35 M's on average. It's gonna be a 4-year deal. 4 year, what's that gonna be then? 4 for 140. Calling it. Justin Jefferson getting 4 for 140. Ooh. Mama, what's going on? Yeah, I'm just sitting here just hanging out, rambling, waiting on the show to start. About to get my drink together. Get my little plate together. Because what's going on, man? What's going on? Yeah, man. Just sitting there chilling, waiting for the draft to start. Just gonna sit here and just kick back, talk about it all night. As I was telling you, I said, I'm about to get up and get my drink together. Or I got my drink, I need some ice. Get myself situated. I'm gonna get real comfortable. I'm gonna get real comfortable. Man, if y'all any of y'all that are on Facebook, man, y'all gonna have to get on Facebook and check me out. Check my page out, check my group out, let the film speak. But I posted, I think, all my positional rankings for most all the groups. Honestly, I didn't make a tight end positional ranking. You know what I'm saying? I didn't I wasn't gonna do running backs, honestly. I went ahead and did running backs and safeties. I didn't want to get too deep into safety from what I was seeing, but I went ahead and knocked it out. But anyway, man, so I got a lot of info on there. Y'all can check it out. Hey, Rainey. Yeah, I'm just sitting here rambling, just sitting there filling the time until the show starts. I keep telling everybody I'm gonna have to get up in a minute to get my drink together. I need some ice. The serving girl called in today, so I gotta get my own ice. Oh yeah, I know you. I know you coming down. I know you coming down. Todd, what's up, man? What's up? Long time, brother. Long time. How you doing, man? I hope everything's good. Man, doing great, bro. Doing great. Moved to Dallas. Been in Dallas for a little while now. And man, living life and watching football, brother. How about yourself, man? You still back home? Where you at now? Uh-oh. I'm gonna get my draft covers together. Definitely good to hear from you, bro. Man, it's been years, dog. No doubt, man. Man, I gotta get back to Fulton, bro. I gotta get back. I still get back to Columbia every now and again. My mom and family still in Columbia. I still get back to Columbia, but man, I ain't got to Fulton in a little while. I definitely got to get up there, man. I got to go to Pitt's gym. I got to see what Chris Jim hitting for. Yeah, I definitely got to get back to Fulton. Man, you got kids and all that good stuff, man. You to settle down. You're a regular old family man. Let me see. Yeah, his gym was on fire, man. That's good, man. I'm glad it's doing well. No doubt, no doubt. Who you trying to get? I assume you're a Chiefs fan. Who you trying to get tonight? Yeah, man. Let me know your team and who you want your team to draft. Everybody, matter of fact, man, y'all in here, let me know, man, who you cheering for, what player you want. Uh-oh. We officially on the clock. We are officially here. We are officially here. Let me see if I can put the chat on the. Ah, yeah, I figured. Who you want y'all to take? I assume you want a receiver. What receiver you want? I assume y'all want a receiver. Yeah, who you want? And I don't know if you can count on Rice. I don't know if you can count on how that situation gonna unfold. It feels like every time it comes up, it's getting worse. I do like Hollywood Brown for y'all though. I really do like that signing. Y'all signed Hollywood Brown from Arizona. I really like that. Let's see. Man, I guess no ice because I can't get up now. The draft has started, y'all. I'm not gonna be able to move. I can't even get up. I can't get up and get myself ice. Terrible time, man. About time. Where you been at, boy? Oh, Tom, I got one for you too. You know what I'm saying? You know, I just got myself together. Tom, this a winner right here, boy. Redwood Empire. Check that out. Redwood Empire. Well, it's a brand. They got a couple. They got a couple. That one's Pipe Dream. That's they straight bourbon. Chop said straight to the head with the shots. Man, yeah, Ty, yeah, you need this one, bro. Redwood Empire. Pipe Dream is the straight bourbon. That's the one I got now. I also had the blend. I can't think of what it's called, but it's the one with it's got like a blue label. It's this label, but instead of red, everything's blue. Yeah, either one of them. Chop, hey Chop, boy, you don't know about no whiskey, dog. Chop, hey Tom, you see Chop? Chop don't know about no whiskey, man. He said, my fault, I ain't gonna put on the thing. Everybody might can't drink responsibly in here. Oh wait, my fault. He said, Chop Basil Hayden, the dark rye. See, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really, I'm not too big on Basil Hayden or Rise. Honestly, I'm not a big Basil Hayden guy. I don't really fool with Basil Hayden too much, and I'm not really a Rye guy. I told myself I'm gonna try. I'm gonna give Rise another try, but I'm not a big Rye guy. Yeah, a whiskey connoisseur. Yeah, man, we have to show him a couple things next time I make it up to St. Louis, man. I had to show him a couple things, a thing or two. Tom, Ryan, your old fashioned, what got you in trouble last time? Boy, they ran you out of Dallas because of that. That expensive ass, that expensive. What was that expensive ass ride you was ordering in all your old fashions? Come to find out, it was $30 a shot. What was that, bro? Hey, Chop, I'm about to tell you that story, bro. I'm about to tell you that story. Tom, they got wanted posters of Tom in Dallas right now. Oh, that Angel Envy. Hey, man. Oh, that Angel Envy. If I ever see it in the if I ever see it in the aisle I'm walking in the liquor store, I'm going to the other aisle, man. I'm crossing the street. I don't want no parts of Angel Envy. But I ain't gonna lie, boy, this Redwood Empire has been my go-to here lately. I bet it was $9. Yeah, you didn't want that. You wanted the $90 shot, Angel Envy. Shit. Why is Chop? Why is his message stuck on the screen? Oh yeah, I was trying to take it off. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Man, Tom, I don't know what y'all gonna do, bruh. Tom just here for the Tom just here to have a good time. His team ain't picking tonight. But shit, for real, y'all had I still think y'all had a top three off season out of anybody, bruh. Getting Stephon Diggs, getting Daniil Hunter, picking up Joe Mixon. I like all three of them moves. Y'all still need a tackle, a D tackle, but I really like them three big moves y'all made for sure. Byron Murphy would have fit y'all perfect. Y'all ain't gonna be. I mean, y'all wouldn't have been able to draft him no way, but yeah, he would fit y'all perfect. Let's see. Tom, bruh, how your running been going? I'm about to pick it back up. I was telling Chop, the dude I work out with, he's starting with another challenge, 100 miles in May. About to pick my running back up, bruh. You better get back. You better get back in the game. And Chop out there running too. Chop flew around the catches, bruh. Yeah. That's exactly what what my trainer got us doing. Yeah, 100 miles in May. Hell yeah, yeah. Let's get in it then, bruh. I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm about to pick my running back up, and then before this, I'm gonna do a 10K before the summer's over. Hey, Chop said he gonna catch us, bro. Hey, yeah, I'm trying to tell you, but Chop got me feeling lazy. Chop out there getting to it. Shit, I was talking to Chop earlier. Chop was out there getting a run in. I was like, yeah, I gotta get back to it. I had to get my legs a little rest. I'm ready now. I'm ready now. Man, I see it now. Yeah, 3 for 96. I just seen the post. Mm. Let me see. Matter of fact, while y'all in here as well, predict the picks for me or predict the picks with me. Let me know who y'all would take before the picks happen. Uh-uh. My father talking to my dog, Isaiah Thomas. I replying back to him here. We were talking about JPJ, Jackson Powers Johnson, the center from Oregon. I just now seen his message. Is there anybody who doesn't think Caleb Williams is going number one? What? Oh man, he's had a look at my big board I posted. He's not feeling it. I've got Marvin Harrison as my number 3 receiver, or excuse me, number 2 receiver behind Malik Neighbors. He thinks I'm crazy. I also got Michael Penix as my number 3 QB. So I'm higher on Penix than most. He thinks I'm crazy for that too. Oh, Tom said Caleb Williams will be a bust. Tom, you know that ain't right. You can't even spell Caleb right. So you know that ain't true. Caleb. Ah, come on, man. Not a bust. Man, bust is strong, man. Like, you mean when you say bust, I'm trying to think who's like Johnny Manziel was a bust, man. Like he's not gonna be a bust. There's no way he's a bust. Yeah, you talking Manziel, Ryan Leaf. Man, sorry to do it to you, man, but you know, Jamarcus Russell, he's not gonna be in that club, man. I don't think that's on the spectrum. There's a lot of outcomes that could happen, Tom, but I don't think that one's on the spectrum, my boy. You said definitely not worth the number one pick. Who else would they pick? I mean, I like Jaden Daniels, but I don't. There's no way in the world, man, that I could imagine. I can't imagine taking Jaden Daniels over Caleb Williams. And Jaden Daniels is great, very good, very good to great. Caleb Williams, bro, like it would not. I'm trying to. Well, no, not in year one. Never mind. I was gonna say, man, like it's possible he could have a. I don't know if I should say it. Dare I say it, Tom? It's possible Caleb Williams has a C.J. Stroud type of season. It's possible with everything that they're doing. I already got DJ Moore bringing in Keenan Allen, Cole Kmet, guy that me and Chop were just talking about earlier. Like he's really coming into his own. They may or may not get Roma Dunze tonight in the draft. That may be a move they make. Or God forbid Malik Neighbors fought. Well, no, I don't know if they want to double dip, but if he's there, sure, why not? I don't know. Who knows? But still, man, I'm just saying it's not out of the realm of possibility. Man, what don't you like about him? I don't know, man. What don't you like about him? I wonder. Tom, all right. If not Caleb, though, who would you? So you would take Jaden Daniels? Okay, now it's got to be Jaden Daniels. There we go. Caleb Williams officially. Any college player over the last 2 seasons, like Renner, he's been the number one player on many people's boards. Your thought of Caleb Williams to the Bears? He's just uber talented, man. I mean, this guy is physically gifted in just a way that it's hard to describe unless you watch him. He just has a special way to spin the football. He can throw it from any arm angle. You know, that's the way in today's NFL is being able to put the arm angle. Boy, what is he wearing? To the throw that you want. What is he wearing? Outside the pocket. That's the first thing I'm gonna say about the pick. It's a zipper. It's a zipper on his suit jacket. 42 touchdowns, only 5 picks. He really doesn't put the ball in harm's way as a passer. Oops. Much of ever. So other than Tom, does anybody like the pick? Tom doesn't like the pick. Now he's special off script for sure. Well, I don't think he's below average on script, so to say. Like, look at his time at Oklahoma. You know what I'm saying? But like at USC, that offensive line was terrible. So oftentimes, like he was just have to evade either. Well, no, I'm not gonna say the line was terrible, but there was two problems there. There was no studs at receiver, so he didn't have anybody that could just like get open quickly. Like it was a lot of extending the play till somebody was able to finally get open. And the offensive line oftentimes couldn't hold up against pressure. And so he was forced kind of off script. He's either first forced off script early, or if he gets protection, nobody on the outside can really get open. Like there's no dominant receiver there. And so he had to make a lot of magic. And magic did he make? Like I don't know, man. Looking at Bill Belichick talk about the draft with Pat McAfee. This is just something about this just feels wrong. Like, how did we let this happen to Bill Belichick as an NFL community? How do we allow this to happen? Man, love him or hate him, man. Bill is a legend of the game, man. A titan of the game. He is Rushmore of the game. It's Bill Belichick. How do we let it come to this point? Instead of coaching, the man is on YouTube with Pat McAfee. Damn! Damn, Bill! Oh, man. Chop said if he wanted to coach, he would. He wanted to coach. What you mean? he took it. He went on interviews. He wanted to coach. Man, they say Robert Kraft gave him a bad, was talking down on him. They say Robert Kraft was throwing salt. Man, Robert bitter after the breakup. Now he being petty. Said they say he talked Atlanta out of going with Bill. It can't be trusted. It's untrustworthy and all type of stuff. Like how do you say that? Married to somebody, you sleep in the same bed for 24 years and you leave for 2 days and they already throwing dirt on your name. Man, Tom, you know what? Nah, I ain't gonna tell you because you watching your boy. But if you wasn't watching me, Pat McAfee and Bill Belichick are breaking down Caleb Williams' film right now, and boy, you are tripping. You know what's gonna happen with Bill Belichick? And it's not Brian Daboll's fault being forced to have Daniel Jones, but Giants terrible again this year. They fired Daboll, even though I don't think it's gonna be Daboll's fault or he's not the problem. They fired Daboll. Bill Belichick flew around be coaching the New York Giants next year. This time next year, he flew around be coaching the Giants. God forbid Mike McCarthy get fired, even though on paper this makes absolutely no sense. But Bill flew around and be in Dallas. It's gonna be one of the blue bloods. I don't think it's gonna be one of these upstarts. I don't think he's going to the Cardinals. I mean, not that they were moving on from old dude from the Eagles, but I think it's gonna have to be one of these historical franchises that still buy into tradition, like the Giants. Man, either one of the teams in New York, matter of fact, now I say Robert Salah, like it or love it, he probably on his seat probably a little warm at the least. He definitely had the Jets. Shit, Woody Johnson to bring Bill Belichick in there. The Giants, the Jets, and the Cowboys. Those would be the three. Caleb Williams is probably the best quarterback prospect in the draft. I mean, I like him better than Trevor Lawrence. But mind you, I was wrong about Zach Wilson, but I was not blown away by Trevor Lawrence. He's better than Trevor Lawrence in my opinion, or at least as a prospect, how I would grade him. So better than Trevor Lawrence. I would probably say, oh man, him and Joe Burrow. that damn Heisman LSU championship run was just iconic, man. Him or Joe Burrow? He's younger. He's younger than Joe Burrow. He also won a Heisman. Didn't have as much talent as Joe Burrow. I think he's got a better arm. No, I would probably, as prospects, I would probably go Caleb over Joe Burrow. Yeah, damn. It's the next prospect over there. I mean, no, I mean, I didn't have Patty number one or whatever coming in. I ain't gonna lie about it now. But I would take him over Deshaun Watson. I'd take him over. Who else is in that draft? Mr. Trubisky goes without saying, of course. But yeah, Trey Lance and all those guys. Nah, he'd have been the number one quarterback for me in that draft too. The Mahomes draft. Hmm. Oh, Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels to the chart. Commanders. So far as like mock draft goes, 2 for 2. But this is pretty much chalk. I mean, this is chalk par for the course. This is what we all should have expected, except time we wouldn't have took Caleb Williams because he's crazy. Or you know what? Maybe Chop likes Jaden Daniels better than Caleb Williams as well. Actually, now that I say that, so that's why I know y'all don't know ball between you and Tom. Look at it, Chop. You and Tom got the same opinions on quarterbacks. That means both y'all don't know what y'all talk about. Jaden Daniels to the Commanders. Hey, Tom, are you subscribed to my YouTube, boy? I see you on Facebook. Are you subscribed to the YouTube? Man, you better like, share, and subscribe, man. Tapping into them three amigos for your boy. All right, bet. Yeah, man. Make sure I need all the subscribers I can get now. Matter of fact, all of y'all in here, I appreciate you, but hopefully y'all are also subscribed to the YouTube. I need that. Jump over to YouTube and give me a like. If you be so kind. All right, pick three. New England. Does New England sit here and pick Drake May or do they make a trade? Call it now. Call it now. Don't let it happen and then try to message me like you called it. Is New England staying or are they trading? Charles said the three amigos is copyright. Hey, we share the babies. Man, we share all the kids, man. Yeah, we share the kids. While y'all sit there and think if New England's gonna pick or trade, I think if it's me, I would trade with Minnesota. I'm thinking if Minnesota's gonna give me 11 and 23 and maybe a fourth or whatever, you know what I mean? Like I would rather have both of Minnesota's first round picks myself than sit here and draft Drake May, JJ McCarthy, or Marvin Harrison. Like rather than drafting any of those guys, like I would rather have Minnesota's 2 first round picks myself. So I would trade if that's what's on the table. But I just in my mind, it just doesn't feel right. Drake May being in New England with everything fundamentally wrong with his game, or technically. And we know they can't develop a quarterback. He needs a little development. New England can't develop. We saw what they did with Mac Jones. Man, tore that man to pieces. Tore that man down to the studs and left him for dead. Mac Jones isn't terrible, but he should be a lot better than the quarterback he turned into in New England. Honestly, that's terrible. Do they stay or do they trade? Do they stay or do they trade? Man, I hope they trade. I just want to see it. I just for the excitement. Let's get the big trade out the way. And that's what I was predicting in my mock draft. So I need that to happen. So I need that to happen. Uh-oh. Oh, the pick is in. New England State. Are they taking Drake May? Ah, it's Drake May. It is Drake May. Ah, man. Not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan, guys. Ah, man. And just like that, my mock draft is busted. No, I'm 2 for 3. I keep track. I mean, I did have Drake May going number 3, but I just had him going to Minnesota in a trade. It might be worth half a point. I don't know. It might be worth half a point. What y'all think about the pick so far? Texans trade up for off of Marvin Harris Jr. Man, you crazy as hell. You crazy. You crazier than I thought. I heard a lot of wild predictions, but man, I can't even imagine what it would take for that to happen. Tom, I can't even imagine what it would take for that to happen, man. Man, the rest of the first from now to man from the second round, y'all at what pick 43 or 40? No, y'all like pick 44, something like that in the second round to number 3. Man, 4 first round picks, 3 seconds. Man, dog, man, y'all might as well just cancel all the rest of the draft for the next 4 years. You might as well just cancel the Texans drafts. I don't think it's worth it. I don't know why you want to give up all of that for making Harris Jr. I wonder if he related to Marvin Harris Jr. That's probably Marvin Harris Jr. cousin. That must be Marvin Harris Jr. cousin. Tom said if he gonna do one thing, he's gonna hold it down for these Texans. I already know. I don't know, man. I really can't get in. I can't get into Joe, or excuse me, to Drake May. I can't do it, man. Top 3 pick. You gotta hit out, man. I need you, man. You gotta hit all the layups, and you gotta make way more free throws. Yeah, you gotta make every layup, and you gotta make most of the free throws, man. It's way too many missed layups and free throws. It's not enough dunks to cover up all them missed layups. I'm telling you, I can't do it. Okay. Drake May for me was quarterback 5. Oh, Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Cardinals. So far, I say it's going pretty chalk. Marvin Harrison. Like I said, I actually got Marvin Harrison as my wide receiver too. Personally, I did end up having finishing with Malik Neighbors as my wide receiver 1. But definitely gonna be a terrific player for sure. For sure. How do y'all feel about the pick? Did anybody not have Marvin Harrison? Like I said, I thought this would be the pick, but personally, I prefer in this spot. I'd have took Malik Neighbors myself, personally. Matter of fact, is Marvin Harrison the best receiver in that division? Is Marvin Harris, where is he ranked in that division right now, day one, before he even gets in the building? Big names in that division. DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett in Seattle. Brandon Ayuk and Debo Samuels in San Francisco. Him in Arizona, of course. Who am I missing? Oh, and then Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp in LA. Where does Marvin Harrison rank in that mix right now? Ooh. Ooh. Better or worse than Puka? Where do you have Puka, and is he better or worse? Buster, what's going on, bruh? He said he missed the start. He been in the gym. Yeah, go ahead. Hey, definitely get it in now. You know what I'm saying? It's still your set right now. But I can run it down for you real quick, my boy. Chicago, it's been pretty chalk, so you haven't really missed much except the hearing the names. But Caleb Williams, number 1 to Chicago. Jaden Daniels, number 2 to Washington. Drake May went number 3 to New England. And then now number 4, Marvin Harrison Jr., receiver from Ohio State. He just got drafted number 4 to Arizona. So this is pretty chalk so far. And then the Chargers are on the clock. And then we'll see if there's, I don't know if Minnesota is desperate. I don't think Minnesota's in on JJ McCarthy like that to trade with LA. But my pick for the Chargers coming up at 5, if it's me personally, JC Latham. But Malik Neighbors is on the board. I wouldn't be mad at Malik Neighbors, or I should rephrase that. Malik Neighbors would probably be my pick. But with John Harbaugh being there, the emphasis on running the ball, fixing that offensive line, I would think J.C. Latham is the pick if they go O-line. Yeah, these is that's exactly who it was. Yeah. No, I was just reading it back. Yeah, I was reading it back. But predicting it, this is chalk though. This is how I imagined it going. Not everything what I would have done, but this is how I imagined it going. The Chargers are on the clock. Any predictions? Anybody have any predictions for the Chargers pick? If it's O-line, I would say J.C. Latham. But for me, there's only 2 choices here. J.C. Latham or Malik Neighbors. Those are your 2 options. Also, while y'all in here, man, don't forget to go to my YouTube and like the video for me before you leave or something. Go to the YouTube, like the video for your dog. And then, of course, subscribe if you ain't already subscribed. If you're not already subscribed, do that. Buster said Neighbors to replace Allen. That's what I would do. I think he's the best player on the board for sure. I really like JC Latham though. That's my tackle 1. And I think he's number 6 on my total big board. And I think Neighbors is number 2. I had just Neighbors right behind Caleb Williams. But either one of these players, I can understand why. But if it's receiver, I would say Neighbors as well. And if it's O-line, I would say JC Latham. Yeah, John Harbaugh, man, just look at all his offenses from San Francisco to Minnesota to Michigan just now. That's why, look, JJ McCarthy threw 18 passes a game. Harbaugh's not worried about receivers. Harbaugh said he'll get a receiver in the second round. It's a deep class. I think he's gonna go O-line. And if he goes O-line, Neighbors would be my pick. Oh, Joe Alt. I don't like that. I don't. Joe Alt's a left tackle. You got a stud left tackle already. You got Rashawn Slater. Definitely saw O-line, but did not think Joe Alt. Joe Alt on the right side. I don't like the idea of Joe Alt at the point of attack. I don't. And then I don't see any reason at all why we would want to move established Rashawn Slater from left tackle. I can't see that happening. You're gonna move a Pro Bowl left tackle from his spot. I wouldn't want to do that. And then Joe Alt on the right. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like the mix or the match. Now I wonder what Tennessee does. Oh, Neighbors are still on the board. Neighbors got to be the pick for the Giants. Oh, here's a question because there's all these grumblings about the Giants drafting a quarterback to replace Daniel Jones. Does anybody truly think the Giants would go get J.J. McCarthy right now? Is there any shot of that happening? There was a lot of talk that the Giants really wanted Drake May. I don't know what they feel about J.J. McCarthy, but are they that desperate to get away from Daniel Jones? I would think this has got to be Malik Neighbors. I would think this has got to be Malik Neighbors. Joe, oh man. I just don't. I don't like the idea of Joe Alt at the point of attack myself. I don't know. I don't necessarily. He moves very well, but I don't necessarily. I don't necessarily like his power as a drive blocker at the point of attack. I don't know. Just personally, I thought for sure he was going to Tennessee. Going to play next to Peter Skoronski. Ben 10 said, "What's going on? What's up with you, man?" Man, chilling, bro. Watching ball, bro. Doing what I love to do. Watching ball. It's the last football we're gonna have, man, until preseason. And then that's rough, ugly football then too. It's the last football I'm gonna have, man. This is it. This is New Year's Eve for football. Yeah, no, I ain't doing too much of nothing at all. Just like you see. Watching this draft. Having just a little bit of whiskey to pass the time. Keep myself entertained. Uh-oh, the Giants pick is in. There we go. Finally, something that makes sense. Malik Neighbors to the Giants. Home run pick. It's my wide receiver one. Marvin's a great player, but this guy is my wide receiver one right here. Terrific player. Explosive, explosive, explosive. Tennessee. You going Olu Fashanu? Troy Fatanu? Talisi Fuaga? Tennessee's going O-line, I would imagine. Oh. Cutting coming through with some information. See, low-key, they were saying he might have been the reason Harrison Jr. didn't want to do the pro day. Oh. I mean, that's an interesting point. Like I said, I mean, just don't put any numbers out there for somebody to be better than or for somebody to beat. I can see, I mean, especially he had a reputation for being faster than Neighbors. Like going into the process, people were saying that he was faster than Malik Neighbors. And I couldn't believe that. Like when you watch him on film, I'm like, man, I don't see that at all. But that's the rumor. And then people love to remind us that on GPS he was clocked at 23 miles an hour. Supposedly, I mean, well, I'm not saying supposedly because it was tracked, whatever, but 23 miles an hour. But I don't doubt his all out top end speed. You know, when he's breaking up a sideline, he's had 60 yards to get his speed up. I don't doubt he did probably hit 23 miles an hour, but takes him a while to get up to speed though, man. His 0 to 60 isn't what I like. It doesn't that's not always the deciding factor. I'm just saying, but his 0 to 60 leaves a lot to be desired if you ask me. Lee Neighbors is 0 to 60 right now. Yeah, Malik Neighbors can strike from anywhere. My dog, my brother, man, Cooper Jones. Cooper Jones, what's going on, man? How you feel about Caleb Williams? You gotta love it. You gotta love it. I know how you feel about Caleb Williams. If you don't love it, you crazy. So you gotta love it. What do y'all do with this second pick though? Pick number 9. That's the question. That's the question, my boy. Uh Said feed my niece. Watching little hits. Okay. Yeah, man. Kiss my niece for me. Tell her that's for Uncle Willie. Tennessee should be going tackle. I want to know which one it is. Fatanu, Fashano, Fashanu. I think it's how you actually pronounce it. I've been working on my names. I'm getting better. If they're looking for left, those would be the two guys I would think. Or if they're just getting a guy, I mean, I don't know. See, I wouldn't think Fuaga fits them because I think they're with this offensive coordinator coming over from Cincinnati, or for the coach coming over from Cincinnati. He was on the Bengals offensive staff. You've got a young Will Levis. You go get Calvin Ridley. You already have DeAndre Hopkins. I think they're gonna want to kind of air this thing out a little bit. I mean, they're bringing over that Bengals offense that we see Joe Burrow operate in. So I don't necessarily think Fuaga maybe is their cup of tea. He's primarily going to be, a run blocker, terrific run blocker, best run blocker in the draft for sure. But like I said, that's not necessarily going to be their forefront. That's why I think it would more so be Fashanu or Fatanu if it's on the left. Even Mims. I mean, this is I had never thought of Mims at this spot this high because I always had Joe Alt going here. But I don't hate it. I mean, but I like Mims. Mims. I think is the 10th or 11th player on my big board, so I'm super high on Mims. This feels a hair. This feels like at the very absolute earliest he could go even for me, but this still feels a little bit of a stretch. I'm not gonna lie. This feels just outside of his range. This high. I don't know if day one he's ready to come in and play left tackle. I think he could with time though. Oh, Cool said his Bears. He like for them to trade for Debo Samuels. Ooh, and you know what? There's been talk that maybe Debo is more of a trade candidate than Ayuk because they're saying that Brandon Ayuk has been on the. There's been rumors about him. Are people trying to trade for him? But I did see a report that said that they are actually trying to get the deal done with Ayuk, and it may be Debo that may be available if anything. And if that's the case, huh? That's interesting. It's interesting. I don't know if y'all need Debo. Y'all already got DJ Moore, and DJ Moore does a lot of he offers some of that like the things you get run after catch. Pick is in. Tennessee goes JC Latham. There we go. See, I like this. It's my tackle number one. This is my tackle one. I love this pick. Joe Alt's gone. I love this pick. I love his pass protection. There we go. Look at that. I love his pass protection. That big. He's got great feet, good base. I like his hand usage. I love this pick. That's my tackle one. I love this pick. Oh yeah, my family. He Bears fan as well. Yeah, Buster said he ain't mad at that. Debo, man, that's what I said. Debo, y'all already got DJ Moore. He gives you all that run after the catch and yak yards at the contact and run after the catch. You know what I'm saying? He gives y'all that. He works the intermediate and short part of the field. You know what I mean? Y'all gonna have both of them trying to run around the middle of the field together? That might be crowded, man. Might be crowded. That's all I'm saying. I love this Latham pick. I tell y'all what. Love this. Uh-oh. Jesus. There we go. Finally. Yeah, I absolutely love this pick. Oh, couldn't see you could throw. Talking about Debo, a move for the Bears to get Debo. What'd you say, bro? Let me see. Uh oh. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you want to. I mean, it's nice to change it up, but man, you can't put them. You don't want to put them back there regularly. You know what I mean? Day one gang then just stepped in the building. What's going on, day one gang? Said he checking in from the gig. Hey, no harm, no foul, my brother. I appreciate you coming through, hollering at your dog, man. Day one gang in the building. Yes, sir. My dog. Yeah, you got a while. I mean, you got a while though, man. Your Eagles ain't gonna be up for a while, so you got plenty of time. Falcons. I not that this is my favorite player at this position, but I had predicted the Falcons to go Dallas Turner, edge rusher from Alabama. They definitely need a pass rusher, and so Dallas Turner is who I mocked. I prefer Leatu Latu from UCLA. I prefer him, but as far as mocking the draft goes, um, I would say it's probably Dallas Turner. My dog, day one gang, Jarrell. He said, has there been any surprise moves? Um, true surprises. Maybe not. New England stayed at pick number 3 and took Drake May. Um, Not necessarily surprised. It was anticipated that quarterbacks would go 1, 2, 3. The Chargers did choose an O lineman, which isn't a surprise. Now they chose Joe Alt from Notre Dame. He's a left tackle. They already have a really good left tackle. But I mean, that's not truly, I wouldn't say truly surprising. Marvin Harrison went number 4 to Arizona. It's been pretty chalk, actually. Yeah, it's been pretty chalk outside of the tackles. The tackles went reverse, the offensive tackles. But other than that, it's been pretty chalk. Number 6, the Giants took Malik Neighbors. And so it was anticipated that the Cardinals and the Giants were going to take receivers, and they did. And it was those two guys. It was anticipated that the Chargers and the Titans were going to take linemen, and they did. They just took them in the opposite order. But it's been pretty chalk, honestly. Let me see. Atlanta. He said, "How's my mock holding up so far?" Man, I tell you what, man. Well, there's two. I do two versions. So I do one on what I think will happen, then one that I would do. On the one that I think would happen, it's I missed the tackles. I had those two tackles going. I had Joe Alt getting drafted, and I had JC Latham getting drafted, but I had them getting drafted to each other's teams. So I missed those two. But I had the positions right for both teams as far as their draft. I had Drake May going number 3, but I didn't have him going to New England. I thought that Minnesota was going to trade up to number 3 with New England to get Drake May, and I thought they were going to make that move. So that's like half a point. It's the right number, but it's the wrong team. I don't know, but and then other than that, I mean, like I said, it's been pretty chalk. I had Caleb Mays going to the Chicago Bears, Jaden Daniels going to the Commanders. Yeah, Marvin would have went to the Cardinals, Malik to the Giants, and so all that still lines up. And then now, if Dallas Turner goes to the Falcons, then I'm in good shape. I'm monitoring a few different sources to just try to make sure I get the. Oh, here's a surprise for you. Day one game. Here's a surprise for you right now, dog. Michael Penix, quarterback, quarterback from Washington, is drafted by the Atlanta Falcons, who just signed Kirk Cousins to $100 million deal. Oh, I love this. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is wild. And you know what's crazy? I feel like randomly some like NFL talking head or something like that had just like thrown out casually. Just literally, like I don't know if they said it today, but I was listening to YouTube earlier and I heard them say it. But they were like, yeah, the Falcons, they can go Dallas Turner, they can go Byron Murphy. Don't be surprised. There's talks, maybe they go, maybe they even go a quarterback, Michael Penix. Like he just said it so casually. But there's no way I imagine that happening. This is crazy. Wow. 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 I love this. I love this. I really do. Obviously, he's not going to play this year, but we forget Kirk Cousins is coming off of a major injury. He's 36, 36 years old. He's coming off a torn Achilles. There is no guarantee that Kirk Cousins. I mean, I would anticipate and assume he's definitely coming back, but yeah, it's a 4-year deal. I think it's guaranteed. Realistically, it's guaranteed for the first two. I think that third year is where they still. I think there's some guaranteed money left on it, but it's manageable at that time. I love this move. I love it. Man, this is crazy. That is crazy. Day one game, Jarrell said, "Is it true they in trouble for tampering?" Yeah, and so the NFL, they couldn't figure out the punishment soon enough. They're going to take draft picks, but they were it was a thought that they may even punish them for draft picks today, like some of the draft picks that they would have had tonight. Like I saw something that said maybe they would have to switch draft picks with Minnesota at 11. But I saw somebody suggested that online. What I mean, but then they were saying that they announced they're gonna take draft picks from next year because, and the thought was that it was just too late in the process to take the picks now, because it also changes the draft for everybody else as well. So while it is a stiff punishment for them, it also does make the rest of the draft maybe add stress or problems to the rest of the draft. So they're going to do it next year. Chicago's pick is in, and this one's pretty chalk as well. Rome Odunze, the receiver from Washington, he gets drafted to the Bears. I like this pick as well. Me and my dog Chop talked about this pick I tried to talk to Chop about this pick for probably about 20 minutes. I was trying to give Chop was asking about my mock draft top 10. I talked about this pick for about 20 minutes. And then I ended up telling him that I had changed from this pick and went to Byron Murphy. But That's what I would the one I yeah. But as far as what I would do, yeah, I would take Roma Dunze for sure. I love this fit. You got DJ Moore, explosive. My dog Chop can vouch for me, man. I was on the DJ Moore bandwagon since he got to Carolina. I liked him in the draft coming up. He was one of my guys in that year's draft when he came in. I used to defend him all those early days in Carolina. Then he finally got to Chicago, and the world found out he was a stud. I'm claiming that. Like I did it. But yeah, you already got him. You got Keenan Allen on a 1 year deal. He's gonna play in the slot anyway. And so yeah, Roma Dunze, man, already he's gonna slide perfectly in at X. That's what they're missing. DJ Moore's a Z. Keenan is your slot. Perfect at X. Oh, we have a trade. We have our first trade. The Jets have traded to Minnesota, so just one spot. So it looks like the Falcons had to take Penix at 8 because Minnesota was likely targeting Michael Penix once they didn't get Drake May, is what I would anticipate. And so now they're going to the third quarterback on their board, which is likely, I would assume, JJ McCarthy. And so they trade with the Jets, just one pick. They move one pick up because it must have been that maybe a team like Denver was trying to trade with the Jets to get JJ so they can get a quarterback. Maybe, unless this pick is going to be Bo Nix. But this is way early for me for Bo Nix. If this is Bo Nix, that might make more sense because Bo Nix has been the guy uh most linked to Denver. But this is just wildly early for me for Bo Nix. It's early for JJ as well, but I definitely just see upside in JJ. So it's okay if you're going to take a shot. I would go JJ here over Bo Nix myself personally, but can't wait to see who this is. And the details are in. Vikings are getting number 10 and 203. The Jets get 11, 129, and 157. Who is the pick? Come on now. Which one is it? Who do y'all think? Would you say JJ McCarthy or Bo Nix if you had to guess right now? I would think McCarthy, but that they traded ahead of the Broncos, and the Broncos have been so linked to Bo Nix, it's almost made me think Nix. But I would think JJ McCarthy. JJ McCarthy's the pick. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So they were trying to block off, likely trying to block Denver, is what I would think. Or who else was going to move up for JJ McCarthy right there? The Viking, or no, excuse me, the Raiders. Were the Raiders wanting to move up for McCarthy? Is that what happened? I mean, the trade up one spot literally means, I mean, they just were trying to make sure nobody hopped them. Nobody got right in front of them. So the two next teams with quarterback needs were definitely Denver and the Raiders. And so one of or both of them may have wanted to jump in front of Minnesota. And so Minnesota, to prevent that happening, not taking any chances, they uh they go up that spot themselves. My dog day one game, Jarrell said he was thinking it was gonna be Bo. He was thinking it was gonna be Bo. Yeah, JJ is the one that made sense for me, but yeah, like I said, if they were trying to get in front of Denver, Denver has been connected to Bo Nix more than anybody. Well, at least as far as TV talking heads are concerned, the connection's been made for Bo Nix, looking at his style of play versus what Sean Payton, I guess, goes for. Yeah, but yeah, no, I this has already been an exciting draft. That Michael Penix trade or that Michael Penix pick, Atlanta picking Michael Penix was was terrific. That was the excitement. That was the great excitement I needed. I wanted to see a big trade from Minnesota to go up to 3 or go up to, you know what I mean, or whatever the case, and see a big trade that way. But it was a nice little excitement. The Jets picked Dunze's gone. I mean, this is either Brock Bowers or a tackle. I would go tackle. Um, I think they definitely need a left tackle in the wings that can cover for Tyron Smith as a fail safe. And so I would think this is Troy Fatanu because he's a day one capable left tackle. The next two tackles are Troy Fatanu and Armarius Mims. I love Armarius Mims. I don't think he's ready to play left tackle tomorrow. And I do think he is left tackle capable. Honestly, I think he would be able to make that transition, but he's not ready to do that tomorrow. I think with Tyron Smith being your starting left tackle, you need somebody who's ready to go right now if he has to, and Troy Fatano can do that. And then in the interim, I don't like him. I don't want him to play guard anymore. I was on the bandwagon at first that I thought that maybe he would be a fantastic guard just with his moving. I just imagined him moving and pulling the way he does in the right scheme. But I went back and now I definitely prefer him in left tackle. And I think he's the guy that if he had to step in tomorrow, he definitely could. Oh, and then like I said, in the interim, I think he could play left guard. They bring over John Simpson at left guard from Baltimore on a 2-year free agent deal. I think only $6 million is guaranteed. It's $6 million this year, but that's not enough to not have me play Troy Fatano if he beats him out. I mean, if he outright beats him out, then I'm playing him. I'll eat that $6 million and have Troy Fatano in at left guard. And then, of course, hopefully this wouldn't be the case, but if Tyron Smith does go down, well, then now you've got your tackle of the future already ready to go anyway in Troy Fatano. And so I think you cover two positions right there. That's what I would do. But very possible as well that they may go Brock Bowers, just wanting to add an offensive weapon to that team. Like I said, they have Gary Wilson, who is an absolute stud. You bring over Mike Williams coming off of injury from the Chargers, and so who knows when he's going to be ready to go. And then also you still have to worry about him staying healthy, but you miss out on the big three receivers. I think Brian Thomas Jr. is my next receiver, but this is way early for Brian Thomas Jr. I would think. Yeah, it's a little early. Um, I think Brian Thomas Jr.'s range starts probably around 15. I think 15 to the Colts. I really like that the idea of that to pair him with Michael Porter Jr. and Josh Downs. But I love that. But I think 15 is where Brian Thomas Jr.'s market starts. But yeah, this is a little rich. It's just a little rich for me for Brock Bowers. Even if he's fantastic, there's no question about it. But this is rich for me for tight end. I've been down this road before. I've seen the tremendous generational weapon X tight end. We've seen this before. Outside, Sam Laporta is the first tight end to hit the way he did in the first round since. Um, thank you. Since Mike Ditka from the Bears, tight ends don't hit that fast. Outside of Laporta, like I said, that was lightning in the bottle more so than the norm for sure. That was definitely an exception to a rule for a tight end to hit the way he did day one. And mind you, he was drafted in the second round, but it generally takes tight ends a good 3 years. I think 3 years for a tight end to really kind of find his groove and show dividends. Travis Kelce, George Kittle, Mark Andrews. I don't think Antonio Gates was that right out the gate. Even Gates might have been year 2. I mean, I don't think it. Yeah, I think even Antonio Gates was maybe year 2. Jimmy Graham. I mean, now he transitioned from basketball. Well, both of them did, but still. Tony Gonzalez, I think. I mean, I just don't think it hits that soon. And then also, Aaron Rodgers, we have to remember who we're dealing with. He's not a fan of rookies. This is a known thing about Aaron Rodgers, and not just Aaron Rodgers. There's a lot of veteran quarterbacks that feel this way. Tom Brady was like this, and Peyton. I mean, a lot of these guys, most of these guys probably, where a lot of them don't necessarily feel comfortable trusting rookies early. And so you draft Brock Bowers and Aaron Rodgers, who we assume he stays healthy and plays this year. Do we really know if he's coming back next year? Do we know if he finishes this year and is able to do this next? I mean, so we don't every week with Aaron Rodgers is not promised. And so you're trying to maximize this window. In your mind, you've got to be thinking, this is our year. We've got to try to get as far as we can get. We've got to try to go get a Super Bowl right now. We can only hope for this 1 year of an Aaron Rodgers that we can keep him healthy. And so if Brock Bowers doesn't hit the league like Sam Laporta did and be an instant year 1 all pro, like I mean, I don't know, man. And if you get Brock Bowers and then the worst happens and you do lose, Tyron Smith does go down, he gets nicked up, he's out. Morgan Moses, who's also a 34, 35-year-old tackle free agent, he just brought from Baltimore. He gets banged up. He's older. John Simpson doesn't work out the way you thought he was. He's just a free agent. You brought him over, but he just doesn't pan out. Any one of those 3 new guys doesn't work out, and Aaron Rodgers gets knocked out again. He played 4 snaps last year. Like, I just think it's too risky, man. I think I would go Troy Fautanu for sure. Oh, Olu Fashanu. Same line of thinking, though. So I still the same line of thinking I was talking about. You get a left tackle for the future. You protect yourself. Tyron Smith, even if the best situation unfolds and he plays all year, doesn't get injured, he's only there for 1 year anyway. And so you've got to secure your future. And I can tell you right now, we're going to be here all night. And right now it's dinner time. So y'all going to have to excuse me while I eat. But yeah, definitely understand the pick. Like I said, the reason I went for Tano there is because I think he also offers emergency guard flexibility as well. And so that's the reason I would have went for Tanu there. But if we're just talking left tackle, we're just talking pass protection. Then yeah, I can see Olu Fashanu is the best pure pass protecting tackle in the class for sure. Him and Latham. I love Latham. I really like Latham's pass protection. Personally. I do. But yeah, Fashanu for sure. So not mad at this pick. Day one game, Jarrell said he got 3 minutes for his lunch break. Hey, there you go. I'm getting some little food in right now. Got to. Somebody pray for me. Imagine being Keith Lee right now. I feel like Keith Lee eating on camera. And you know what? I think it's my dog Chop fault. I was gonna eat earlier to eat before the draft, so I wouldn't have to eat on camera like this. My dog Chop called, and now he want to talk about the draft, get me talking. Talk to him for an hour before you know it. He had to remind me that the draft was starting. I just got to sitting there talking to him like the old days. I almost missed the draft myself. Oh, muted myself. I said, while y'all here, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button for your boy. Denver, do they go ahead and get Bo Nix? A little early by most accounts, but do they go ahead and go with Bo Nix? Or do they go Brock Bowers? There's been talk about them maybe getting Brock Bowers. I just think they got too many things to worry about. Or not necessarily things to worry about, but Brock Bowers would not be the pick for me. If they can't, I would expect them to be trying to trade down. If the rumors about them are true and they're really looking to get Brock Bowers, then, or excuse me, Bo Nix, then I would think day one gang said, "What I got to eat, man. I'm about to have to put something else on the screen so y'all ain't got to look at me so I can really eat. I got some chicken wings, and some potato salad. Some wings and potato salad, big dog. One second. Yeah, this is not optimal. I learned this move from Keith Lee. Man, I've been sitting here. I'm muted this whole time. Look at this. In my mind, I was like, man, I'm eating in y'all ears and stuff, and then I mute myself, talk about Bo Nix. Bo Nix going to the Broncos. That one has been the worst kept secret all draft season for sure. So, like I said, we were talking about it earlier as well. Like that was a known connection from everybody, any and everybody who's following the draft. That connection has been made, and so Denver, the fiasco between what happened with Sean Payton and Russell Wilson, absolutely, positively have to get a quarterback, somebody that thinks they can work. And so Bo Nix going to Denver surprises no one. And then now we have the Raiders on the board. I would go to Lisi Fuaga for the Raiders. That's been a guy I've mocked to them as well. Like if they missed out on Penix, if Penix didn't go as early as he did, I would have thought Penix for them. Or if JJ McCarthy, I wonder if they were involved in maybe the trade that made Minnesota go up there. But with the quarterbacks now gone, yeah, that's all of them. That's what? Caleb, Jaden, Drake, McCarthy, Penix, and Nix. Yeah, that's six. 6 for 6. So I would think they go right tackle, and Fuaga would be the guy I would go. I think Fuaga fits them perfectly. Physical, athletic, aggressive, right tackle. They've definitely got a need on the right side of their offensive line. That would definitely be the pick if I'm the Raiders. Okay, looks like the Raiders pick is in. Oh, the Raiders take Brock Bowers? I did not see this one at all. Who predicted this? The Raiders taking Brock Bowers. Really? Wow. Wow. They just took Michael Mayer, the tight end from Notre Dame. They just drafted Michael Mayers, tight end from Notre Dame. I want to say, what, 2 years ago? Or was that last year? Within these last 2 years, they just took Michael Mayer from Notre Dame to play tight end. In the first round, I believe, or maybe it wasn't the first round, maybe it was the second round. I can't remember what round. But now they take Brock Bowers at pick 13. Really? Wow. With Talisi Fuaga on the board. And with the apparent hole that I assume they had at right tackle, I mean, I guess they're just going truly just best player available. And I guess they had Brock Bowers as that. This type of move normally is a move that says when there's a move that doesn't fit an obvious positional need or even a positional adjacent need, because you never want to just full-fledged sell out value for a position. I understand that, but even when you have young draft pick already invested in a position and you still go this type of pick, that speaks to playing the board directly as it falls. Because for them to have just drafted Michael Mayer relatively early, he was a top 2 round pick. I can't remember if he went first or second, but he's an early draft pick and he's still young. I want to say it was 2 years ago they just got him. And so they already go, wow. New Orleans is on the clock. For me, I think I would look at Armarius Mims because they've got tackle issues on both sides. Trevor Penning has been a terrible pick for them. We never like to throw around this term lightly, honestly, but he appears to be busting. And then Ryan Ramczyk, who's been solid on your right side, he's battling with a degenerative knee issue, or like the cartilage in his left knee's gone, I think is what the case is. Or I shouldn't speak on this stuff because I don't know enough about it. It's not for me to say. There's reported to be injury concerns with his knee. He may not be ready for the start of the season if he's able to play at all. And so between Penning and Ramczyk, they need a tackle. Next tackle for me would be I would lean Armarius Mims because I think, like I said, he's a right tackle. I do think he's left side capable if you need it. Fuaga is also an excellent tackle selection. More of a, like I said, zone run blocking guy. But I think they definitely want somebody who's able to play on the left so that they can move away from Trevor Penning. And if that's the case between the two, I would think that player is Armarius Mims. But we shall see. Talking with the mute on again. But I was just saying, if anybody's got an idea about this pick, let me know for sure. Holler me in the chat. Like I said, I definitely think it's going to be a tackle, offensive tackle. I don't know how they feel about. I would go. I think Armarius Mims is a viable option here. That might be early for a lot of people. Talisi Fuaga, though he plays right tackle, I mean he's a stud. I mean these are the only 2 tackles I think. These are only 2 first round. No, oh my God, Troy Fatanu's still available. Troy Fatanu should be this pick. Troy Fatanu would be this pick for me. How did I forget Fatanu's still available? Day 1 left tackle. You've got to get Trevor Penning. You've got to replace Trevor Penning. You don't know what's going on with Ryan Ramczyk with his knee, but at the very least, let's get a definitive replacement for Trevor Penning. That's got to be paramount. Then maybe we move Penning over to the right side and see if he can salvage or get a better start at right tackle. But you've got to get him out of the left tackle position for sure. Disregard everything I said. I forgot. I had to remind myself Troy Fatano is available. That would be the pick for me, Troy Fatano. If not Fatano, then I would go Mims and then Fuaga, just for how the needs on this team align. And the Saints pick is in, just kind of like we were talking about. They definitely were going tackle, but they went with the like what I said was the pick that maybe didn't line up as good with their needs. They go to Lisi Fuaga. So right tackle from Oregon State, mauler, absolute mauler in the run game. But like I said, I would have thought they were trying to get away from Taylor Penning, Tyler Penning from left tackle. I would have thought they were wanting somebody to play left, get away from Trevor Penning having to be your left tackle. But Talisi Fuaga definitely for me is a right tackle. I think his best position is guard. I think he is an all-pro guard. I think if he goes inside the guard, he's gonna he gives me I see shades of Quentin Nelson for him at guard. That size, that power and dominance and movement ability in the run game is phenomenal. It really gives me shades of Quentin Nelson in that way if he's at guard. But I do think he could be a very competent tackle, especially in a outside zone run scheme where I think he would flourish. So I think he's definitely can excel at tackle as well. But yeah. Fuaga at right tackle. Okay. So Trevor Penning. I said Taylor or Tyler. Trevor Penning. I'm assuming he gets one more year at left tackle because I can't imagine at all we're going to move Fuaga to left. I don't think that's out. I can't see that at all. So interesting. Wow. The Colts are on the clock. Talisi Fuaga. Okay. No, I just thought it too. This Colts pick is interesting. So lately, I have been mocking to them Brian Thomas Jr. Like I really like the idea of Brian Thomas Jr. completing that receiving core. You've got Michael Pittman Jr., who's your big body, physical, kind of intermediate receiver, offers some physical run after catchability. You've got Josh Downs as your short and intermediate slot, change of pace guy. And so what they're missing is the vertical field stretcher. So they draft Alec Pierce, 2 or 3 years ago now to offer that, but he hasn't lived up to the billing. He hasn't been able to fulfill that role of just the outside vertical threat that they need to really kind of keep defenses honest and really just add full balance to that offense, especially with Anthony Richardson, early pick from last year, gets injured, but when he's coming back, he's going to be healthy. They shut him down early. He got the surgery. They didn't even risk it, didn't want to force him to play through. Just let's get it fixed and let's go forward. So he's got a cannon of an arm. And so let's go get a guy that can really stretch the field and, like I said, just really help us open things up. I would love to see Brian Thomas Jr. go here to the Colts. But if it's not receiver, if it's not Brian Thomas Jr., then the more standard or traditional pick that I have been mocking for them would be a cornerback. They've got their choice of my two top cornerbacks. They've got Nate Wiggins and Quinyon Mitchell. I think I've got Mitchell 1, Wiggins 2 on my board. I think both, either one of them fit what they're wanting to do there in Indianapolis. I would go Mitchell because he's the top guy on my board, and I think he's the more physically complete. He's 6 foot. He's about 195 pounds. He runs 4.3, jumps almost 40 inches. Now, Wiggins is 6'2", runs 4.2, but he's 173 pounds. He's dealt with some injuries, and so there's little risk there, but I still love the player. Okay, pick is in. Oh, I did not see this one coming. They go defensive end, edge, Liatu Latu from UCLA. And what's crazy, I had entertained early in the process, I had entertained an edge rusher for them because they draft Quiddy Pay out of Penn State, what, 3 years ago now, 2 or 3 years ago now. I absolutely loved Quiddy Pay. He was one of my guys, you know what I mean, in the draft. But he's a run stuffer, he's a power player. The pass reduction still hasn't been able to be developed coming out of Penn State. And then on the other side, they've had a lot of just kind of hitter fly by guys, but nobody to really, you know, solidify and establish that pass rush. And so they go get Leatu Latu, who is the best pure pass rusher in this draft for sure. Unequivocally has the best hands in this draft. And this is a draft that's got some guys with good hands. Johnny Newton has very good hands as well. I'm taking Leatu Latu's hands number one over everybody. And so just a very well versed. I mean, he's much further along as a pass rusher than just about any rookie to come into the league since Nick and Joey Bosa, since those guys. That's how refined he is as a as a nuanced rusher, and his hand usage. I think the Bosas both had fantastic hand usage coming into the league. Their dad being a coach and all, and then coming in from Ohio State received top coaching. But Leatu Latu is a very talented pass rusher, so I like the move. Did not see this one coming, but I do like the move. So Seattle is on the board. Seattle is a place I thought would get Fuaga. They definitely need help on the interior of their offensive line, either guard spot or center. And so Fuaga for me was going to play guard for them, but I liked that fit. Troy Fatanu makes sense here for them as well. They've got two tackles though, and I think Fuaga's best spot or primary spot is tackle, left tackle. They've got two tackles, but he does appear to be guard capable, and so the offensive coordinator for the Seahawks is his former offensive coordinator from college. So this one kind of lines up. He's able to play guard, and his college coach is there as their new coach. So he's going to be a guy who's ready to step in day one from a mental aspect because he's not learning. Everybody's learning his language instead of him trying to learn a new team's language. And so that's a tremendous advantage. So Troy Fatano makes tons of sense for Seattle right here, in my opinion. Oh, my dog Chop drop back in the chat. You know what? It's it's definitely falling favorable for you, bruh. At least right now. My dog Chop said his Rams might be able to get Brian or Byron Murphy. That's the guy he wanted. He told me yesterday, and I think earlier today, he wants Byron Murphy for his Rams at 19. There was rumors or talk that Byron Murphy was gonna go was really rising up the draft boards here of late, making a push, and there was talk that he could go to Chicago at 9, but even to Atlanta at 8, people were starting to say. And so he is going a little later. In a lot of my drafts, I had him going 19 to the Bengals, but then with all the heat around his name here lately, I was thinking that he could go 9 to the Bears if they didn't want to go with Roma Dunze, but that was a fantastic pick, the Dunze pick. It really was. I love the fit. But yeah, we'll see, bro. The Seahawks don't necessarily need him. Like he would. I mean, they don't. I don't think I've seen him mocked to the Seahawks, but I don't think it makes sense. They just paid Leonard Williams this offseason after trading for him last year from the Giants. They had already traded or already signed in free agency 2 years ago Draymond Jones from the Bengals. At the time, I think he got a $50 or $60 million contract. So they've already got a lot of money in that D line. So it wouldn't make sense to me, financially at least, for them to get Byron Murphy. So I think you're safe. I would think you're safe there. The Jaguars next pick, I wouldn't think they're going D line. I would think they go corner. Because I don't like the receivers available. I think it's too early for an AD Mitchell for me. But the Bengals right in front of y'all, man, that's where the stiffest competition is going to be if the Bengals decide to go Byron Murphy. But I would think they go defensive tackle. But I mean, there's Johnny Newton there as well, so we don't know what they prefer. But now here's a question: if you don't get Byron Murphy, how do you feel about Johnny Newton? Are you okay with Newton as a plan B, or are you just not sold on Newton? Just at all. My dog Chop said, if not Byron, give him Verse or Turner. Yeah, I had mocked the guy I had mocked to you guys a lot was it was Dallas Turner. I had Dallas Turner falling, and I guess well kind of like he is now. So I had given y'all guys Turner, um, and then I had recently I started kind of giving you guys Johnny Newton a little bit, and then also I had been entertaining for y'all Troy Fatanu, the left tackle, because Alaric Jackson, y'all left tackle y'all got now. Y'all have done a lot to rebuild that offensive line. I think the only weak spot, so to say, left is left tackle with Alaric Jackson, and he's a restricted free agent. I think either this year or he will be next year, but he's nothing special. And he's like I say, his contract's coming up. I'd rather upgrade the position in Troy Fatano and finish like rebuilding that whole entire offensive line. Like I like that pick for y'all as well. If you don't get Byron Murphy or Dallas Turner, Verse for me, I don't know, man. I mean, I love Verse. Verse is my edge one, but in my mind, man, I want Verse just with his ears pinned back. I think y'all defense, especially with the outside linebacker, like I was talking about you with Michael Hoyt, y'all drop what y'all did with Raheem Morris. There's a lot of coverage as to the outside backers, and that's definitely not going to be in Jared versus wheelhouse. Hey, day one games that you need the rest of the draft board. Hey, not hey, don't Rams now. They don't little they didn't. We got to give them their props. They not no slouch. I thought this was gonna be a terrible year for the Rams at the start of this year, and man, they did way more than prove me wrong. I mean, like I said, playoff team went to the wire with the Lions, had a chance to win that game. Like, yeah, I thought this was gonna be a rebuilding year. I mean, they really what they struck gold, man, with Puka. That's what saved Puka saved the season. My dog Chot said the Seahawks got him. They got Byron Murphy, really? Man, that's what I was thinking. I mean, the head coach from there, he came over from Baltimore. So like Byron Murphy, I could definitely see. Or you talk about the Seahawks got Fatanu that I was talking about earlier. But yeah, they've spent so much money on that defensive line already with Draymond Jones, and they just re-signed Leonard Williams like a week and a half ago. But yeah, Byron Murphy. And the Vikings are trading. Vikings are traded up to pick 17 with Jacksonville. Man, I don't know about this Byron. I'm trying to figure out where he's gonna play. They're in a 3-4. I don't imagine he's gonna transfer them from a 3-4 to a 4-3. The coach Mike McDonald, he just came from Baltimore. His defense is a 3-4 defense. Like I don't. So they got a 3-4. You just pay Leonard Williams. He generally plays 4-eye or the backside like he generally plays 4-eye in the 3 front. You've got Draymond Jones, who they just signed 2 off seasons ago, and I think he signed for like $56 million, 3 years for like $56 million. It's something like that, if I remember correctly. And he's more of your smaller, you know, he's more of your smaller 3 front player. He's not as big as Leonard Williams, but you'll play him more 5. He'll the outside shade of the tackle for sure, and so you'll play him more so like that, or even on the inside shade of a tight. I mean, he's that guy. So Byron Murphy's not going to play your nose in this 3 front. Or did you sign Leonard Williams and you're going to move him over to nose now and let Byron Murphy slide into your 3 or 4-eye? I mean, I don't know. I'm just curious. I'm just curious how, because Draymond can't slide in. My dog Chop said the Vikings replaced Hunter with one of the edge guys. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, they signed some guys. They signed Jonathan Grenard from Houston. So yeah, damn. I'm sitting there talking, but yeah, they even this pick as well. Like they already signed Jonathan Grenard from Houston. Dallas Turner is the pick, Chop. My fault. Yeah, Dallas Turner is the pick. But yeah, I'm repeating myself. They just signed Dallas Turner. Or excuse me, they just signed Jonathan Grenard from Houston to a big money contract. Then they also signed Andrew Van Ginkel from Miami, who's an outside line. I mean, he's an outside linebacker. I think he spent some time playing inside as well. He may be inside, outside, flexible. Now he's not necessarily a tremendous pass rusher, but you did just give him some decent free agent money. And so I was thinking maybe they was going to go for a corner. Honestly, was one of the things. I think they need another corner. But yeah, Dallas Turner, the slide is over for him. Now Cincinnati, what do? I think they need a tackle. Do they go Johnny Newton? Or they can get their right tackle of the future. Amarius Mims is on the board. Do they go with a receiver? Brian Thomas is still on the board. We know T. Higgins and the contract situation there. This is likely T. Higgins' last season in Cincinnati. Do they go ahead and get a jump on replacing him and get Brian Thomas Jr.? Or do they make a splash play for a guy like Xavier Worthy? I mean, what do they do here? I was doing all that talking on mute. But yeah, no, Chop makes a very good point now with Trey Hendrickson being in the news, being unhappy with his contract, demanding a trade. I saw that he may have even threatened retiring if they don't trade him. But is Jared Verse the pick? The only thing I would say is that they drafted last year. Let's not forget they drafted Miles Murphy in the first round last year from Clemson. He was a developmental pass rusher. He was like he's like a less athletic Trayvon Walker, but he had that type of size. He's one of those guys like 6'4", 6'5", 270, and is a specimen as far as athletically and all that good stuff. So they drafted him last year. So it's a possibility that maybe they're comfortable with him stepping into a starting role now. Like I said, they got him out of Clemson in the first round last year. So that's a possibility. Or do they want to just rebuild that whole edge room and get Verse to pair with Miles Murphy and move on from Trey Hendrickson? I don't know how much time is left for Sam Hubbard, um, the other defensive end on that team. So I'm not opposed to that. Like I said, this is one of the teams that I could see fitting for Verse. Like I said, I would prefer Verse with his hand in the dirt. Let him really fire off and use that explosive burst off the line of scrimmage, use that power in his hands. Like I like the fit there. But yeah, Verse, like I said, maybe Johnny Newton. I don't know about Johnny Newton because I'm not as high on Johnny Newton because I don't like his run defense. Like he's bigger. He's got the type of size I thought Byron Murphy had. Byron Murphy's only 6 foot, 297 pounds. Johnny Newton, I would have thought he was like a 280, 285, 290 pound D tackle. The way his game is more built around, pass rush and finesse. I don't really like the power, and I don't really see much power in this game, especially in the run game. But they do have BJ Hill, who's a big body tackle on the inside, so they can use Newton to really, get after, be a threat with his pass rush. But in that division, man, in the AFC North, I would think you want somebody a little more stout at the actual, point of attack, man, if it's me personally. But I can definitely see the argument for Newton here. He's the next first round guy. Or, I hadn't thought of this before. Darius Robinson. Darius Robinson can play base end. Darius Robinson is a bigger base end, power base end like Henderson anyway. He's still not as athletic as Henderson is, but he could be a strong base end, especially on the early downs, and then he can slide in and play 3 tech on your passing downs. Darius Robinson might be a dark horse here if it's going to be D-line. Johnny Newton, Darius Robinson. I think Jared Verse, like my dog Chop was saying, that's not a bad idea at all. Or, like I said, it could be a wild card. Brian Thomas Jr. still on the board. Xavier Worthy still on the board. I mean, well, Xavier Worthy, this for me is one of the few teams. I think Xavier Worthy on my board is like receiver 15. So I'm not super high on Xavier Worthy, but I do think there are like 2 or 3 teams that realistically may make sense or may take a shot at getting them this early. My dog Chop said, man, Chop, why your TV always above my TV, man? I'm still waiting. Chop said the pick is in. Man, give me the pick, dog. Come on, man. I gotta change my coverage. They was doing good at first. Now they taking too long. Let me go. Let me change my coverage, man. Oh, okay, he says it's an app. Oh, damn. It's Mims. Why? Chop just ruined my damn draft, man. I thought Mims was gonna be a Steeler. The Bengals. The Bengals. Out of everybody. Out of everybody had to be in the. Now we gotta look at him every day. It's bad enough we didn't get him. Now we gotta look at him every day. Damn. Damn, Mims. I'm trusting my dog. I still haven't seen it. I didn't change. Oh yeah, no, I guess it is posted. Okay, yeah. Damn. They went game. Hey. They went games. You know, Chuck got all the plugs. Hey. I guess it'd be like that. Damn, who's left? Who's left for my Steelers, man? Do we get Byron Thomas Jr.? There was talks that we might take Byron Thomas if he's there at 20. There was talks about that. But man, I mean, Graham Barton. I think Graham Barton is still. I think Mims and Fuaga at tackle I think would have been our top two tackle candidates. Graham Barton is still there to play center. Troy Fatanu's still there. He's a left tackle. We wanted a right tackle so we could move Broderick Jones back to his natural position of left tackle. But if Fatanu makes it past the Rams, I think Fatanu fits the Rams as well. Like I said, the Rams did a lot of work this this offseason solidifying that offensive line. I think the only piece that's still yet to be finalized or complete is left tackle. So you draft Steve Avila last year, but you're moving him to center. You bargain shop for Kevin Dotson from my Steelers, and you strike gold. You re-sign him to a big money contract to play right guard. You go sign Jonah Jackson from the Lions, if I'm not mistaken, to be your left guard. You still got Rob Haverstein at the right tackle, who's solid. The only kind of weak spot, I guess you would say, would be left tackle Alaric Jackson. And he's not, though. He's serviceable, but I think that's the last piece to really solidifying and maybe making that Rams offensive line threaten top 10 status in the league. I mean, that sounds like a pretty solid lineup on paper. If you get Fatano there at left tackle. So, that's just my poor little thoughts. Or you could go Johnny Newton. Maybe you get the pass rushing defensive lineman from Illinois, have him step in and be the heir apparent to Aaron Donald. You've got Kobe Turner, who had a tremendous rookie season last year. He had 9 sacks or 9.5 sacks as a rookie. I think he led all rookies in sacks. Now, he did that playing on side of Aaron Donald. And so without Aaron Donald being there, of course, giving him all these 101s, is he still going to get that same production? Johnny Newton, I think, is just a better pure pass rusher individually than Kobe Turner. I liked Kobe Turner coming out of Wake Forest last year, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. When he came in from Wake Forest last year, I liked him fair enough as a D-line prospect, but I didn't imagine he was going to come in and lead all rookies in sacks. But Troy Fatanu, Johnny Newton, y'all could probably use a corner. You got Trey White, who's coming off an injury. You sign him to a 1-year deal. You bring back Darius Williams from the Jaguars. He's still a guy. He's ideally your corner 3. Right now, he's your corner 2, so you can definitely upgrade that room. I think are all the corners there. Oh, wait a minute. My Steelers love Quinyon Mitchell. But yeah, the Rams could go corner. Quinyon Mitchell, Nate Wiggins, Terrion Arnold, depending on how you feel. Jared Verse. I don't mind this is for Jared Verse. Well, like I said, I can see Jared Verse because I think y'all need an edge. I don't necessarily think his game aligns perfectly with what y'all do, but my dog Chop said he wouldn't mind Verse here, and I like Verse enough as a player, but my dog Chop said he thinks the Rams are going DB. Okay, which one? I hope it ain't Quinyon Mitchell. If y'all leave Quinyon Mitchell, Mike Tomlin gonna get caught walking in the draft room. He gonna jig on the way to the booth, and we gonna get Quinyon Mitchell, and we gonna kick it. If y'all are picking DB, I would go Quinyon Mitchell. But for the sake of my Steelers, I hope y'all don't. Oh, my dog Chuck said he would like Terrion Arnold. I'm not as high on Terrion Arnold. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's a slot. I don't think he's outside corner. I don't think he was sticky. I didn't like him at the top of routes. Like I think sometimes his feet get stuck in his break at the top of routes. I think his speed, his long speed does show up. It definitely showed up against Adonai Mitchell when they played Texas. Had a terrible pass interference call. Adonai Mitchell just blew right by him. It was a double move. I think it was a double pass. He had a double pass from Worthy. I mean, so I assume he must have been on a double move. But even still, like Nate Wiggins can recover and get back in phase. Like, Terry Arnold doesn't have that type of long speed. But he's aggressive. He is twitchy in short area. But I think he's a slot. I hope y'all take Terry Arnold. I don't want my Steelers tempted. Jared Verse. Go ahead, Chop. Okay. Okay, Jared Verse. Like I said, I thought Jared Verse was more of a defensive end than an outside linebacker. You know what I'm saying? Like I really thought a team that's gonna really let him put his hand in the dirt and pin his ears back was gonna be more so fits his skill set. But I love the player. He's my edge one. I love Jared Verse's tape. I did. I really I really enjoy it. I like these guys that can really just overpower and dominate, the offensive tackles. Chop loves that, yeah. Chop said y'all got a new DC. But I thought y'all promoted from within. So I thought it was just a guy who came up under Raheem Morris. When Raheem Morris left, I just thought y'all promoted from within, somebody who's still in his system. Hey, them guys on the board though. Oh, did y'all see my shirt? You know what I'm saying? I got my, I got that stuff on. I got that stuff on. And we on the board, baby. Come on, baby. Hey, I got options too. Now. Troy Fatanu still on the board. Quinyon Mitchell on the board. Graham Barton on the board. Ooh! Hey, this board has felt beautiful. Jackson Price Johnson's on the board for what that worth. If he's on the board. His name has lost a lot of steam here lately. But man, I gotta have a drink. My Steelers are on the board. Don't ruin this one, Chop. Let me find out this in the old way. Chop said, okay, yeah, y'all did promote from within. I was about to say, I thought y'all did because I thought it was gonna be. That's why I was thinking it was gonna be the same system. But he said y'all got something cooking. Hey, man, look, I like that. Yeah, I'm glad. I like Jared Verse a lot. I really did. That's my edge one. I think he was top 12 on my big board, top 12 or 13. So I was very high on Jerry Verse for sure. Man, my Steelers, what we doing? Man, hey, this is beautiful. It's a beautiful situation for being a Steelers fan. Man, do we go Troy Fautanu? Do we go Quinyon Mitchell? Do we go Graham Barton? Those have got to be the top three guys. Those have got to be the top three picks. I'm tweeting real quick. If y'all on X or Twitter, follow your dog, Real Ball Talk. Man, Brian Thomas is on the board too. I mean, I can't discount that. Oh man. Oh man. This could be Brian Thomas. It could be Troy Fautanu. It could be Graham Barton. It could be Quinyon Mitchell. Damn, man, I do love the thought of Quinyon Mitchell and JPJ on the back end, man. But tackling center are just, we need them so bad, man. And I'm not gonna lie, man, Brian Thomas in the bad consolation pick, man. Brian Thomas on the other side of George Pickens. Got Russell Wilson in this wide zone and play action scheme. Letting Russell Wilson, man, throw them moon shots like he loves to do to Brian Thomas on one side and George Pickens on the other. Man, that sounds wonderful. That sounds great. I can't take it. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with myself. Man, I swear. Chop said my top three preference in order. Ah, man, dog. Ah. I would probably see at pick 20. 20 feels a little rich to me to get a center. It does. Graham Barton is phenomenal as a center prospect. He's a tackle. I think he's an excellent day one guard. I don't know what his transition to center is going to be. I know he played center his freshman year at Duke. He's not completely brand new to the position, thank goodness. But even still, man, like, it still makes me a little nervous. Especially when we spend number 20, he's got to hit. Troy Fautanu is a left tackle, and I want to get Broderick Jones back on the left side. That's his original home, but I'll take Fautanu at left tackle if it means that Dan Moore Jr. is on the bench. And then Quinyon Mitchell, I mean, that's just, man. We need it on offense, man. I'd have to go Fautanu, Barton, then, man, Quinyon Mitchell or Brian Thomas. Probably Quinyon Mitchell in 3. Probably Quinyon Mitchell, man. Because there is a hit or miss chance there for Brian Thomas, if I'm being honest. I love his talent. He was still my receiver 4. He was top 15 on my personal big board. So I definitely love him really enjoy him as a prospect. But if I'm being honest, there is some hit or miss there. George Pickens is already a live wire. You know what I mean? Like, we need somebody, I think, that is more just day one dependable in case, you know what I mean, something gets crazy with George Pickens. So, yeah, man. I go for who's pick? Troy Fautanu. Okay. Let's go, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Man, Dan Moore, get your ass on the bench. Woo! Yes, Sirski. Love it, man. There we go. Great pick. Great pick, Pittsburgh. Great pick. Hold on, man. Let me get my Twitter together. Real Ball Talk. 247 on Twitter or X. Tap in with your dog. Also, man, while y'all in here, don't forget, man, hit that like button. Hit that like button for your dog. Subscribe if you feel so obliged. Definitely would appreciate that as well. Troy Fatano to my Steelers. There we go, baby. Man, no more Dan Moore Jr. Thank you. I wonder. There's talk. Some people speculated that Troy Fatano maybe even have a little center in him potentially. But I like the idea of him as no, yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. No, I think he's gonna play. He's playing tackle. I'm not gonna. We not getting cute. We not getting cute, man. Yes, sir. Miami, what y'all doing? Graham Barton's on the field on the clock for. Graham Barton is on the clock on the in play for Miami. They could strengthen that offensive line. Brian Thomas here, man. They could say live by the three, die by the three. Live by the three, die by the three, man. We getting another receiver. Forget y'all. Laugh at us if you want to. Laugh at us if you want to. We're taking Brian Thomas, we don't care what nobody says. Or we're taking Xavier Worthy, we don't care what nobody says. They also could go Johnny Newton. They need D line after. Damn, man. Y'all wasn't supposed to see me do that on camera. Don't tell nobody else. They could go Johnny Newton after losing Christian Wilkins in free agency. So they could kind of rebolster that defensive line. Like I said, they could continue working on that offensive line that's in need of a makeover. They lost a couple pieces. They lost their best player, Robert Hunt, guard, to Carolina. He got $100 million to go to Carolina, protect Tua, or not Tua, to protect Bryce Young. So you still need a right guard. You got Terran Armstead at left tackle, who's good when he's healthy, but he's inconsistent with his health. Isaiah Wynn, you re-sign at left guard from the Patriots. He's decent. I say he's decent, serviceable. Aaron Brewer, center from Tennessee. You sign him in free agency to start at center, so you feel good about that. But right guard is still a question. You've got the young right tackle from USC a few years ago. You actually just re-signed him. Maybe a bit of an overpay. I mean, can't knock a dude getting paid. Get paid, brother. I always want to see the players get paid, but you know. Troy Fatanu. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, Miami here, I would think. I think they entertain a receiver, man. Brian Thomas, or they want to get completely wild. Xavier Worthy, go O line. I think Graham Barton makes sense to me. D line, Johnny Newton, I think makes sense. Just filling obvious holes or needs there, but oh, Chop Robinson, outside linebacker. Outside linebacker pass rusher from Penn State. Okay, so they have Bradley Chubb, who they brought over from Denver 2 years ago or so, cashed him out, gave him $100 million. Haven't really got return on investment, but you already $100 million into him. You know what I mean? Then you also draft Jalen Phillips, young pass rusher from Miami. I like him. I like him coming in, and I like what he's done there. Now he's been injured though. Both those guys have had season-ending injuries in that defense. Both of them missed a lot of time last year, and so getting some depth. Chop Robinson, very explosive, very twitchy, but very raw as an actual technical pass rusher, but very talented player and a guy that you definitely can add to that rotation and let him develop behind those two probably for another year before they decide to move on from Bradley Chubb and get out that contract, if I had to imagine. So Chop Robinson, I don't hate it. That's the thoughts. My dog Chop with an update on the game, on the playoff game. Hold on, let me put you on the board, big dog. He said the Lakers is up 7, but LeBron will find a way to blow it. Hey man, hey, or you know what? Maybe the refs will give up 20 points in the second half. The refs could do something like that again. They already gave up 20, so what's this? What's giving up 7? I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I won't put anything past these Lakers. Day one game, Jarrell said chopped O'Brien head, probably why his hairline jacked up. man, man, why y'all do the Kang like that, man? Golly. What the Kang do to y'all? He said paid $150,000 cash. That's why he's the Kang around here. Come on, man. Philadelphia on the board. I would think it's got to be DB. This got to be Quinyon Mitchell. I had some mocks where I had them trading up with Jacksonville to or trading up in front of Jacksonville to maybe get Quinyon Mitchell. And so they definitely need secondary, or they definitely need a corner for sure. You got to do something about James Bradbury, man. We got to get him out of there. And Darius Slade is great, but he's getting older. Been he's been nicked up, with the he's been nicked up and battled the injury bug there. Like I said, he's already getting a little older. He's on the wrong side of 30. I think he's closer to 33 or so, if I remember right. So definitely need influx of some young up and coming talent. Quinyon Mitchell is a fantastic player for them. Nate Wiggins I also like Nate Wiggins a lot as well in that kind of shell defense that Vic Fangio likes to run. So there's a lot of shell coverage and letting the guys in the front seven pressure the quarterback. Day one game said he's a Lakers fan, but LeBron ain't his king. Golly, man, the man help y'all get a championship, man. Golly. Chop said he getting back. Chop said he getting back to football for y'all distract him. Oh, come on. Hey, Day One Game Jarrell, this your team, buddy. What your Eagles gonna do, man? Y'all just re-signed AJ Brown and made him the highest paid receiver in history, breaking the record that was just set by Amon-Ra St. Brown earlier today. So you give him 3 years, $96 million. My dog Chop broke that news for your boy. But yeah, you get him for 96. This is a couple weeks after you already re-signed Devontae. Devontae got cashed out. I think Devontae got like 4 for 110. Is that am I remembering right? I think Devontae got like 4 for 110. Then AJ gets 3 for 96. Ooh, you signed Landon Dickerson to a $100 million contract at guard. Y'all been spending bread, man. Hey, Jarrell said we could talk about this on another one of the live sports chats. Oh yeah, we definitely gonna get into these playoffs, man. We definitely gonna get into these playoffs for sure. Especially now that football season is officially about to end. Because for me, man, draft season is the carryover the season. You know what I mean? So this is still like this is like the extra credit. You know what I mean? Like this is still officially the last tail end of football season before after this weekend football season is officially over. Then the NBA season for me starts. My NBA season doesn't start to the end of April. Right in time for the playoffs. That's when my NBA season starts. Chop said they should replace Kelsey. You talking about Travis Kelsey with the Chiefs? The Chiefs ain't on the board. Oh my God! Shout out to Day One Game Jarrell. Man, how did I forget? Oh yeah, I'm thinking Travis Kelsey, Jason Kelsey. Damn, my bad, y'all. I fumbled. Yeah, Graham Barton is a great pick for y'all. I had mocked y'all with Jackson Powers Johnson for the longest to play guard. Well, Jarrell, y'all got that guard. Y'all drafted a center 2 years ago, and then he played guard for y'all. Y'all let Isaac Siamalu go, and you played y'all sit Cam Jurgens at guard, but he's actually a center from college. And so what's been assumed or what I was hearing is that he's going to slide back over to center because he's an actual center. And so y'all might need to replace guard. But I think Graham Barton covers y'all at both. So if you want to leave Cam Jurgens at guard, you can play Graham Barton at center. Or if you do move Cam Jurgens over to center, you've got Graham Barton to slide in at guard. So yeah, Graham Barton would be an excellent pick for the Eagles, in my opinion, as well. Yeah. And that's right up y'all alley, man. Y'all love building the trenches. O-line and D-line, man, the Eagles, y'all never shy away from O-line or D-line picks. And so I wouldn't doubt an O-line pick here at all. And I love the fit of Graham Barton for y'all. That is a fantastic pick. I think y'all, I'm more worried about y'all secondary. I'm not going to lie. I think Cam Jurgens is going to be solid at center. Nobody's going to be Jason Kelsey for sure. But I think Cam Jurgens could be solid at center. I think you have a chance to get a guard later on in the draft. But man, I don't know if you're gonna get another Quinyon Mitchell or Nate Wiggins. Yeah, I'm curious to see where y'all go. Quinyon Mitchell. There we go. I like this pick though. I really do. I like this pick. That's just what I was saying, man. Like I could definitely see a guard for you guys for sure. But I think you can get a guard a little later on, man. You're not gonna get another Quinyon Mitchell in this draft class. He's got the best combination of size, speed and athleticism. They not all encompassing. Size, speed, athleticism, and coverage ability. I think he's got the best combination in the draft. So you get the number one corner in this draft at 23. You didn't have to trade up, or 22. You didn't have to trade or move around to go get him. That's an excellent pick in my opinion. I'm gonna grade the picks as well. I should have been grading them live, but that'll give me something to do. Nah, y'all stay tuned. That'll be tomorrow's video or the next video. We'll grade these first round picks, break them down. Now, how do you feel about the pick day one game, Jarrell? How do you feel? I know you say you wanted to go interior, but how do you feel now, knowing that it is the corner? Dallas is going to fool around and get Graham Barton. Look at that. Jacksonville, I would imagine. Brian Thomas just feels like him and Gabe Davis are too similar. He's an upgrade over Gabe Davis, but it still feels like you want them to do the same thing. Brian Thomas is still there, but that's what makes me nervous about Brian Thomas there for Jacksonville. I think they need a corner. I had mocked to them Nate Wiggins in my mock draft. So Nate Wiggins for me would be a good pick. I like him in this defense. Nate Wiggins is a very good off man and zone cover corner. You know what I mean? He's a little lighter framed for sure. But Jacksonville's not a heavy, they're not a overly aggressive press team at all. And so I think Nate Wiggins here will be a great pickup. They definitely need the help at corner. Then also you got Tyson Campbell, who had a good rookie year. I feel like he's kind of cooled off from his rookie year. I also think he's been a little nicked up. And so he's going to be a guy who's coming up on contract. Maybe not this coming year. I think he's in year 3, but you're going to be faced with that decision of 5th-year option, re-sign him, all this type of thing. And so I think Nate Wiggins helps to give you a little breathing room there also. So I would go Nate Wiggins if I'm Jacksonville. Day one game, Jarrell hollering at me about these Eagles and their pick. What do you say here? He's not mad because the secondary was getting exposed last season and injuries were horrible, leaving us light. So it's a solid pick. Yeah, no doubt, man. And honestly, I really think it's the best corner in the draft. So corner number 1 at pick 23. That's just tremendous value as well. It was great value, the best player available, the best player at the position, and like he fit a team need. So like they don't always all three line up like that, and it did for your Eagles. So that's a great pick. Howie, man, how do we keep letting Howie do this? How do we keep letting Howie just dominate the draft? Yeah, I really like that pick. Uh-oh. I wasn't sure. If the Cowboys were gonna be able to get an O lineman. They need a left tackle and they need a center, like nobody's business. I wasn't sure if they were gonna be able to get one, but it looks like the tackles are gone essentially. But Graham Barton is there, and Graham Barton in a Cowboys jersey is scary. Oh my goodness. You've got 2 all-pro guards with Tyler Smith and Zach Martin, and now you put Graham Barton in the middle of that at center. Oh my Lord. That's the best. That might very quickly turn into the best 1-2-3 on the interior in this league. Okay. Ball Talk family. Y'all got to excuse me for a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. Okay. Back in action. Appreciate y'all hanging with your boy. Let me get myself situated. Okay, Chopper saying Brian Thomas might be a good fit for Dallas, but okay, went to the Jags. Okay, y'all just got settled back in. Is that what just happened? That's the pick? Is that the pick? Hey, y'all heard what Day One Gang just said. How about the three amigos? How about the three amigos for your dog, man? Like, share, and subscribe for your boy. Definitely appreciate y'all rocking out with your dog, man. But do me a favor before you leave. Tap in on that YouTube. Hit the like for me. Comment and subscribe if you feel. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. I like Brian Thomas as a prospect for sure. He was definitely my receiver for. I thought he could have went as high as 15 to the Colts, honestly, is a place that I had mocked him. But when I thought about like the Jaguars definitely need another receiver for sure. But I didn't necessarily just like this fit because his skill set, what he does best, is so similarly aligned with Gabe Davis, who they just brought over in free agency from the Buffalo Bills. And I think they gave Gabe Davis, he got decent number two money. I think it's like three for 57, 3 for 54, something like that. So you've already got him to be your vertical shot play guy. And Brian Thomas, that's a I mean, it's not his complete game, but that's the best part of his game is his vertical threat ability. And so you've got two of those guys now. I mean, you still got Christian Kirk, who's your intermediate slot and your chain mover. He's gonna work the front two levels of the field. Now, honestly, I think he does pretty good vertically up the field as well. So I mean, he's a guy that you can use in that intermediate area of the field. But Gabe Davis and Brian Thomas Jr. are both going to be guys you want attacking vertically up the field. So, but at the same time, I mean, I wouldn't put all my eggs into the Gabe Davis basket either. So I can't blame him. I can't blame him. Because Gabe Davis gave me headaches trying to watch Big Josh in Buffalo. Trying to watch him and Gabe Davis get on the same page. So I'm not mad at him. Yeah, Chop was just saying Brian Thomas might be a good fit for Dallas. And I can see that as well, Chop. You've got CeeDee Lamb in the inside in the slot. You've got Brandon Cooks, an aging Brandon Cooks, but they still need they need a true number two and a guy that's going to be able to be there and grow and mature in that offense. Brandon Cooks is still probably playing his last year in Dallas. And so getting Brian Thomas to be a fresh vertical threat to add to what they got in that mix, I could see that. I could have saw that. But now the Cowboys need a center. Graham Barton is going to be a Cowboy. I don't know why this is taking so long, matter of fact. Why is Graham Barton not a Cowboy right now? They should be sprinting. Jerry should be sprinting right now. Jerry is on 75 North, heading to Detroit. If y'all was in Dallas, y'all would know what I meant. He on 75 North right now in a dead sprint, trying to turn in the car to get Graham Barton. I'm telling you. All right, Dallas. I want to know what's taking Dallas so long. How is Graham Barton not a Dallas Cowboy right now? What are y'all waiting on? How is Graham Barton not a Cowboy right now? Graham Barton, why are you not a Dallas Cowboy? I'm trying to figure it out for Dallas. What's going on? Uh-oh. It looks like we got a trade now. Dallas trading back with Detroit. Detroit coming up from 29 to get Dallas a spot at 24. Who's Detroit trying to get? Let me think. I wonder if they're trying to get ahead of Green Bay. Is Detroit trying to get ahead of Green Bay to get? Is it Cooper DeJean? D dot in the building. Hey, what's going on, man? What's going on, big dog? Man, hey, you already know, man. Sitting here watching Spring Christmas. The draft is Spring Christmas for your dog, man. Watching every pick, man. Marathon. 3 hours in. Yes, Sirski. Hey, come on, man. You know I'm holding us down, baby. Come on, man. Come on, man. You know we in the building. Hey, we got Troy Fatano, left tackle from Washington in round one. You know what I mean? How you feel about Fatano? I'm glad, man. I'm glad. I wanted an O lineman, man. I wanted an O lineman bad, and I wanted to replace Dan Moore. So Troy Fatano is all right with me, for sure, bro. Love it. My dog Chop, man. He said the Lions got to go defense. Yeah, I like. I think either D line or corner. So there's a lot of good corners on the board too. Nate Wiggins is my next corner, but I'm not sure he's physical enough for Detroit style of football. You know what I mean? Terrion Arnold, he kind of fits their mold, and he also offers kind of a little bit of what they got. No, I wouldn't say he's as physical as Chauncey Gardner Jr. or Chauncey Gardner Johnson, but he's kind of. I think Terrion Arnold would be a solid fit there. They've already got a Meek Roberts and who else they bring over from Tampa Bay? I think they brought over Carlton Davis and a Meek Robertson. Carlton Davis from the Bucks, a Meek Robinson from the Raiders, who's a little undersized, super aggressive, super feisty. He fits Detroit like a glove. But so they definitely have room in that corner room still. Terrion Arnold would be a good pick for them as far as the fit. Chop said Arnold as well. If they go D-line, I like Darius Robinson to them. Man, Darius Robinson on that defensive line on the other side of Aiden Hutchinson, and then them passing downs, he slides inside the 3-tech. Oh, my God. They already brought over DJ Reader from the Bengals. They already had Aleem McNeil. So, like, that defensive line right now has Aiden Hutchinson, stud, young stud. They've got DJ Reader and Aleem McNeil. I think both those guys are about 330. Huge space eaters. And then imagine Darius Robinson on the other end at 285. At the other end, everybody just stonewalling everything to their side and just funneling or cutting everything off for Aiden Hutchinson to clean up on the backside. Oh, my God. And then on third down, passing downs, Darius Robinson slides inside. He lines up next to Aiden Hutchinson. Oh, my goodness. That could have been special. But now, Terrion Arnold is the pick. Terrion Arnold is the pick, so that makes sense. Kind of like we talked about before. He fits their philosophy. They still need cornerback help. They, of course, lost cornerback Cam Sutton this offseason, or they had to let him go. So he, of course, had a warrant in Florida, I think, for like domestic violence. He went on the run for a little bit, I guess. And so Detroit released him. And then, honestly, in bringing him over from Pittsburgh, I mean, it had been a serviceable move, but it hadn't necessarily paid dividends the way they would have wanted it to. So they go ahead and cut bait with Cam Sutton. You've got a hole there. Like I say, you bring over Carlton Davis, you bring over a Meek Robinson, but Terrion Arnold, definitely with his aggressiveness, his leadership, it really does jive right with all the attributes that we attribute to the Lions and Dan Campbell and their program. So that's a great pick. That's a great pick. Green Bay. What's Green Bay going to do? Let's see. You know what? I meant to keep track of how many trades there were. I feel like there hasn't been a lot of. Is this what the second or no? This the third trade. Is the third trade? Okay. I like that. I like that. And you know, and also this team because the Lions they are aggressive, but I think still a pretty good balance of man and zone. But it's not necessarily press man. It is more. I think it is more off. I feel like, or at least it feels like that's what they ran last year. But yeah, no, I like that fit for Terry Arnold. I do. Like I said, I think Nate Wiggins was my next corner on the board, but I didn't like his fit for the Lions. Green Bay, I think, needs. Man, does Green Bay get Graham Barton? There's talk that Green Bay is looking for an interior offensive lineman, a center or guard. So Graham Barton could definitely be the pick there for them. But I think this would go to be defensive as me. I think they need a DB, corner, safety. I think Cooper DeJean from Iowa makes sense for them because he's got corner and safety flexibility. I don't think he's an outside. I think he's a safety. And so they bring over Xavier McKinney from the Giants. They signed him in free agency to fill one of the safety spots. The other safety spot is Anthony Johnson Jr. from Iowa State. They drafted him in the 7th round. Oh, Jordan Matthews. I was just saying a minute ago they need interior offensive line. But now Jordan Matthews, for me, I think he's a left tackle. There's talk about him moving to guard. I like him at tackle. I think he's a competent left tackle. But Green Bay going with him, I don't know if they want to play him at tackle or guard because, like I said, some teams had him down as a guard. So I'm curious to see which position they play him at. I would think if it's the Packers, he's going to play guard because they've got some pretty decent guys at both tackle, young guys. They've moved on from David Bakhtiari, or he may have retired, but he's no longer there. But you've got Zach Tom at one tackle. You've got Rashad. Is it Rashad Wallace or Rashad Johnson? Gosh, Leo, I can't think of his name. The other tackle, but you've got two young tackles that look like they're ready to step up and be fine. They need some help on the inside. And so maybe they plan on sliding Jordan Morgan to guard and solidifying that offensive line in front of Jordan Love. So I'm not mad at the pick. I'm not mad at that pick at all. Tampa Bay, Brock Bowers to Tampa Bay. I've mocked and predicted this for forever now. Brock Bowers falling in the draft. I never really understood him going that high as far as like 10 and 12 and things like that to the Jets or the Denver. I was never on board with that. For me, I was just always too rich. But I always had him falling in the draft, and every time he fell, Tampa Bay is the place where I put Brock Bowers. They've got an opening at tight end for sure. You've got Baker Mayfield. You just re-signed him. He's now a $100 million quarterback. You bring back Mike Evans on I think just a 2-year extension so he can kind of finish out his career. He's like 32, 33. So theoretically, these are the last 2 years for oh, damn, I'm tripping. Yeah, Bowers did go 13 to the Raiders. Chop. It's been a long night, dog. I completely forgot. And as soon as you said it, I'm like, oh, yeah, duh. Yeah, Brock Bowers went 13 to the Raiders. I wanted Brock Bowers to fall to Tampa Bay. Golly, I did. I really wanted that to happen. My bad, Baker. Look, Baker was getting excited. Okay, so Tampa Bay, they need an edge rusher. They got Yaya Diaby last year. Was he from Clemson or Auburn? I can't remember where he was from now. I want to say he's from Auburn, but he actually he flashed and showed himself well. They still need another edge rusher to pair with him. They've been I'm not even gonna try to say that kid's name, but they let Shaquille Barrett go. The kid out of Washington they drafted like 4 years ago, Troy Shavinka or something like that. I can't think of his name, man, but he hasn't produced. And so they definitely need a pass rusher. Yaya Diaby, like I said, he flashed last year, but that's still not enough. They also need corner help. I'm not sure Nate Wiggins necessarily fits their Todd Bowles' scheme. Todd Bowles is also an aggressive. Um, it's an aggressive press style defense. He wants like physical press style corners. Nate Wiggins is a tall, lean. He's 6'2". He's only 173 pounds. He's not great in press. He's more of an off man or zone cover style corner. And I just don't necessarily think that necessarily matches up with Todd Bowles' defense. But if you're looking for a corner, I mean, he's the best corner on my board. And then, like I said, then pass rusher would be the other way I would go. But the top edge rushers are already gone as far as 3-4 linebackers go. Dallas Turner's gone. Leatu Latu is gone. Jared Verse is gone. He's going to stand up and play 3-4 outside linebacker for the Rams. Chop Robinson's gone. Darius Robinson is my next edge, but he's a hand in the dirt interior / outside kind of flexible type of tweener guy. I don't think he necessarily fits on the edge in Tampa Bay. Plus, on their D-line, they already got Vita Vea. They already drafted Kalijah Kancey last year or 2 years ago. Unless they want to add him as a third piece. I'm trying to remember who's the other guy on that defensive line, but oh, Graham Barton goes to the Bucks. Dallas is sick. Dallas is sick right now. They played themselves. They could have had Graham Barton. They played with their food. Oh, man. And then one pick in front of you, Graham Barton goes to the Bucks. Damn. Damn, Dallas. Ooh-wee. This was my top interior. No, he was my second ranked interior offensive lineman. I had Talisi Fuaga double ranked. I had him as like my number 5 tackle, I want to say, but then he was my number 1 interior guy depending on where he went. Graham Barton was my number 2 interior or number 1 if Fuaga's not interior. You know what I'm saying? But the fact that Dallas could have got him, moved back, Dallas got greedy, moved back, left Graham Barton, and then to see him get drafted 1 pick in front of you. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Oh, Dallas, that's gotta hurt. My God. Dallas, what do you do, Dallas? Dallas had a terrible need. They needed to do something with that offensive line. Center and tackle. I mean, they could have had Jordan Morgan, but he was never necessarily the cup of tea for Dallas. He's not as, his game is more finesse. He doesn't really have the power profile, kind of size of power profile that they like from their tackles. So, I mean, that wasn't going to be a guy for them. A lot of people see him as a guard. But Graham Barton, I thought, was a shoo-in to be a Dallas Cowboy if he was there. And all the other tackles are gone. There's no more round 1 tackles. Unless Tyler Guyton for me. Oh, wait, I'm lying anyway. All right, no. Dallas and yeah, it's the Cardinals. But Dallas, trading back and missing out on Graham Barton. Arizona, for me, since especially with Chop Robinson being gone, I like Darius Robinson here. I like Darius Robinson here for that defensive line. I think I had Terrion Arnold fall into Arizona. But he ends up going just a couple spots before, so Terrion Arnold's off the board. So Darius Robinson would be the next guy for me I think they definitely go defense. Oh, I didn't miss my dog Chop in the comments. What'd you say, guys? Oh, that dark ride wouldn't have did it to me. Bro, I completely blanked out on Bowers being drafted 13. Bowers been gone. Yeah, I completely blanked out on that. I really did. But it's all right though. Oh, my dog Chop got a little news for you. Says son to keep an eye on. Cousins is frustrated with the pick of Penix. Says they didn't say anything to him. Man, I mean, I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, I know quarterbacks sometimes get frustrated with these type of things. Of course, I mean, but dog, they just gave you $140 million. Now, what they give him? $160 million coming off of an Achilles tear at age 36. Man, you better sit down and shut your ass up and cash your checks, big dog. I can't feel bad at you at all. I don't feel bad for you at all. Go get that $40 million this year. 80 guaranteed. Did they guarantee? No, I think they guaranteed 100 of it. Man, you better sit down and chill. Child says soft QB scared of a little competition. Now, they all like that, man. They not built like that. Hey, Darius Robinson to the Cardinals. I called that one. That's one of the ones I called. I was just talking about that. There we go. Love that. And get the post up. MIZ, baby. Mizzou's on. Darius Robinson. First round. Arizona Cardinals. They definitely need help on that defensive line for sure. Let's go. Let's go, Mo. I see you, Mo. Mizzou in the building. Yeah, love his power profile. Some of the strongest hands in this draft, man. Jared Verse, Byron Murphy. Tremendous punch and strength in his hands. And like I said, his inside outside flexible in a forefront, but Arizona being in the three front the way they are, he's gonna play, he's gonna be more so five tech. Maybe you let him play a little seven, put him out there on a tight lined up on the tight end. But nah, he's gonna be inside. This fits good for him. Like I said, if it was gonna have to be a specific team, I think Detroit could have used him in a power based style of defense and let him go in and out. But yeah, Arizona was a good landing spot for him as well. I had him going either to Arizona. If Chop Robinson was gone, I had him at Arizona, and then maybe fall into Detroit. Well, but Detroit ended up, trading and moving up for Arnold. But that would have been another spot for him. Chop says that's why he'll never win a ring. It's not just Kirk Cousins though, bro. They all built like that. Quarterbacks are deep. Quarterbacks are divas, man. Quarterbacks and receivers are the biggest divas on the team. You know that? Yeah, every quarterback complains in that situation. Same thing Brett Favre did. Aaron Rodgers did it. Joe Montana did it when they brought over Steve Young. Ben Roethlisberger did it when they drafted Mason Rudolph. They all like that. Okay, for the Bills, go get AD Mitchell. Man, yeah, I've mocked AD there just because I've had him falling in the draft and being available in the Buffalo just with their situation. They've got to get a receiver, and so I've mocked AD Mitchell them. I mean, I'm just not like AD Mitchell worries me. Like I don't think he's a sure thing. Well, nobody's a sure thing, but he's a little boom or bust for me, man. I ran so hot and cold on him watching this film. It almost feels like a guy that like he just doesn't always turn it on. When it's turned on, it's great, but it's just not always on. It's inconsistent. Sometimes it looks lackadaisical. There's people who question his effort. He ran 4.3 at the combine. I couldn't believe it. Watching film, I thought he was a 4.54 guy all day long. I thought he was a 4.54 guy all day long, and I wasn't gonna be mad at that because he's 6'3", 210, 6'3", 212, 6'3", 215, something like that. So I wasn't gonna be mad at it. But then you go run 4.35. I'm like, well, bruh, how come you don't look like Brian Thomas on field? Because Brian Thomas is 6'3", 210, and you can see his 4.3. You running just as fast as Brian Thomas, and y'all don't even look like you're in the same league. And so those are the things that I don't know, man. I didn't like that. But no, I mean, like I said, with Buffalo needing a guy, he can definitely fill that role. I'll tell you another one, man. It might be a little early. It's gonna be early for a lot of boards for sure. But Xavier Legette, man, I'm not mad at Xavier Legette as well. This is early, but if Xavier Legette gets to the first round, it's gonna be the bottom of this first. I think the Bills and I think Kansas City are both options for him. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is AD Mitchell. They do need a receiver. I think this is the hot spot for AD. Buffalo here or Baltimore at 30, I think is another play. If AD makes it that far, I've mocked him to Baltimore as well. And then, of course, if he makes it to Kansas City, I can see Kansas City making the move. So this is definitely a hot spot for AD Mitchell. These next, like I said, any of these next teams here. Maybe even, dare I say, maybe even Dallas, if he's on the board at 29, if Buffalo goes somewhere else, unforeseen, and he's there at 29, I mean, any of these next 4 or 5 teams could draft AD Mitchell. So I definitely think he goes before the end of the night, for sure. And he still was my number 5 receiver on my positional ranking and on my my positional rankings. I did end up having him at number 5. I tried hard to replace him, but I kept coming back to him at 5. Like I said, he's the guy that worries me most, or one of the guys that worries me most. Wait, Buffalo's trading the pick. I was on mute. My bad, y'all. Yeah, Buffalo trade. Who they traded to, Chop? Yeah, hey, yeah, I just caught it. I was sitting there talking about the trade as well before I noticed. So yeah. Well, I think the Niners could go receiver as well. I didn't necessarily. I hadn't put. I'm not gonna lie. I had put them as a sneaky spot for Xavier Worthy, the Niners, but I didn't link Mitchell to the Niners for whatever reason. But Buffalo, Baltimore, and Kansas City were the 3 teams that I kind of had in the mix for AD Mitchell. The Buffalo Bills trade that pick with the Chiefs? The Chiefs. And are they going to let the Chiefs draft AD Mitchell? How crazy is that if Buffalo, who needs a receiver, they trade back with Kansas City, then Kansas City gets Mitchell, and then now let Kansas City or let Mitchell take off and fool around and be like a key factor in them beating Buffalo in the playoffs again or something. You know what I mean? Like that's crazy. All right, who's the pick? So Chop's definitely going AD Mitchell, and that makes sense. I've had AD Mitchell falling to them at 32. It would make sense to me if it's AD Mitchell. I mean, AD Mitchell makes sense here. I can't lie, man. For Kansas City, like I liked Buffalo don't like Josh Allen, man. I know why they playing with Josh, man. They won game Jarrell. Why they playing with Josh? Why they playing with my dog, man? Uh-oh. Xavier, is it Xavier Worthy? Oh boy. Xavier Worthy. Look, not AD Mitchell. Xavier Worthy goes to Kansas City, traded. Buffalo trades his pick to arch nemesis, Kansas City. Both teams need a receiver. Buffalo trades with Kansas City so Kansas City can get their guy in Xavier Worthy. Oh, wow. Xavier Worthy and Hollywood Brown. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's a lot of undersized speed on the field, boy. Both of those guys are about 165 pounds soaking wet. Both of them. My dog Chop said he's not feeling the pick. Hold on, let me put you on the board, big dog. Chop says he doesn't like the pick. They keep going after these small, scrappy guys. I mean, that offense, when that offense was at its best, they had speed, man. They had speed to kill. They had Tyreek taking the top off of defenses, and that's what that team, that offense were unbeatable, it looked like. Look, they went game. Jarrell know what's going on. They missed Cheetah. That's a fact. Hey, they still won the Super Bowl. Don't change the fact, though, man. Yeah, they definitely missed Cheetah. So you got Hollywood Brown, who's a speedster, but he's only there on a 1 year deal, though, Chop. Don't forget. He's only there on a 1 year deal, 1 year, $7 million. If he balls out, he's gone because they're not going to pay him. We ain't seen Kansas City didn't pay Tyreek. They ain't paying Hollywood. You know what I mean? So Hollywood still is looking to really make some money, to really cash out, get some of this wide receiver money we keep seeing. Receivers that cost $30 million now. So you have Hollywood for 1 year, but you've got Xavier Worthy now for 5. And that's the role he can fill. So let me see here. Okay, so the Bills give them 28 for 32. They also swap picks 95 and 133. So the Chiefs send their third. They swap their third for the Bills' fourth. And then they move up, and then Buffalo moves up 27 picks in the 7th round as well, as far as the details. I mean, nobody's cheater, but I mean, you still want to have somebody that can threaten that speed. Okay, Buffalo fool around, still get AD Mitchell or Xavier Legette. I don't know, man. I was kind of Xavier Legette was a sneaky guy for me for Buffalo. Dallas, what is Dallas gonna do, man? I really cannot believe that Dallas got cute, traded back, and let Graham Barton go. What? 3 picks before him. They could have had Graham Barton. They trade back. Now they miss him. Does Dallas go AD Mitchell? Do they? You missed it. I don't know what other. I mean, or do they go Jackson Powers Johnson? I almost forgot. The forgotten man, Jackson Powers Johnson. Look at that. Oh, how things can change. Was one of the hottest names in the draft all draft season until this last week and a half. These last 10 days, and now everybody's cooled off on Jackson Powers Johnson, but he could still be the guy for Dallas. So maybe it makes sense. Maybe that's what the play was. Let Graham Barton pick up a pick. We let Graham Barton go. We get Jackson Powers Johnson, the guy that we probably liked from the outset anyway. And the good news is his name cooled off and we were ready to pick up a pick. So that actually might work out for Dallas. Chop says, is it too early for a running back? Hell yeah. Yeah. Ain't no Jonathan Taylor this year. There is no Jonathan Taylor. Ain't no Christian McCaffrey. There's no Saquon Barkley. There is no. Yeah, no, not in this draft. Trey Benson's my running back one, and I think he'd be a fantastic fit in Dallas, but not in the first round. Oh my God, Tyler Guyton. I'm telling you what. I am not a Tyler Guyton fan. I'm telling you, I thought it was some of the worst film of any highly touted prospect in this draft. Tyler Guyton. Oh man. Not a fan. And he's a right tackle. He's a right tackle. He's a raw right tackle. And they need a left tackle. So you've got a bad left tackle who you've got a bad right tackle who now you're gonna move him over to left. Wow. Oh, that's nuts. There's some guys. I'm here in Dallas as well, if y'all don't know. So I live in Dallas now for a number of years here now, man. So kind of in tune with the Cowboys and kind of what their fan base is saying in local sports radio and media. These guys were all over Graham Barton, Jackson Powers Johnson, or one of the tackles, a left tackle, but Tyler Guyton, man, Dallas. My dog Chop said in the app he's on, man, they're going off on Jerry Jones. Yeah, this is an unpopular pick. Tyler Guyton for me is tackle. He's like tackle 12, and it's still a projection. Like, I mean, I've got him ranked with Kyron Ahmad-Jazee, from Yale, who's a D3 prospect. Oh, no, Yale is Ivy League. They're not Ivy League's not D3. It's like is it a double A? It's a double A, I guess, style of level of play. He's from Yale. I've got him in the mix with Tyler Guyton as a prospect. Raw developmental athletic prospects. I wouldn't want to touch Tyler Guyton at the earliest not before the third, but realistically for me, I don't want Tyler Guyton he's a 4th round pick. He's a 4th round pick comfortably. He's a 3rd round pick if I'm absolutely desperate. But I think he's a 4th round tackle. I've never understood the love for Tyler Guyton, man, or all the love that Tyler Guyton's gotten as a prospect. I've just never seen it. I can't see it when I watch the film. Yeah, that's rough. Whew. That's rough. Especially they could have had Graham Barton. Johnny in the building, man. What's going on, man? He's talking about them Chiefs getting Xavier Worthy. Yeah, I didn't see that. Well, no, I'm not gonna lie. I thought there was a chance that Worthy may fall, or they may get Worthy at 32. He was in play for me at 32, but I was super surprised to see them trade up with Buffalo out of all teams. But to trade with Buffalo and then get him that way, I was surprised to see that. How you feel about it, Johnny? Y'all already signed Hollywood Brown in free agency. I was talking to my dog Chop about it because he was saying it's kind of too much of the same thing. But I was telling him, like, Hollywood Brown is, they both are smaller or like leaner, skinnier speed receivers, but Hollywood's only there on a 1 year deal. 1 year for $7 million. Good, great, or otherwise, there's just as good a chance that he's gone after this year as anything. And so getting Xavier Worthy and lock him in to that offense to grow with Patty for the next 5 years. He's the guy they want him to be. My dog, Day One Gang Jarrell said he's the cheetah replacement. You get him in there, 4.2 speed. He set the combine speed 40-yard dash record. Broke the record from John Ross, who broke the record from Chris Johnson. Johnny said they doubling down on that 3-peat. Oh, so the Worthy pick is going to solidify the 3-peat. So yeah, they trying to get through this Rice situation. No, definitely thought you guys were going to go receiver. There was a chance that Worthy could have fell to y'all at 32, and so that wouldn't have surprised me. But with A.D. Mitchell being on the board, I thought maybe you guys were going to go for a little more size on the outside with A.D. Mitchell because you got Rashee Rice. Now, he's in his legal issues, but so you definitely had to go receiver anyway. But if and when he comes back, he's your guys' slot receiver anyway, then you bring over Hollywood Brown to be that kind of smaller, shiftier speed receiver. So I would have thought maybe I went for more size. Like, I really liked the thought of Xavier Legette to y'all. I had Xavier Legette going to y'all at 32. My dog Chop came back, man. He said if Rice isn't suspended for the year, it makes more sense. Well, Rice plays in the slot anyway. Like, they use Rice as a, he's their more so in the slot and works the middle and the intermediate areas of the field. So he's still not the guy they use like vertically up the field. So they still need that. Hollywood can offer some of that, but like I said, he's only there for a year. But yeah. But yeah, no, they had to get receiver for sure. Oh, there we go. Nate Wiggins off the board. Nate Wiggins for me was corner 2. So I love this value for Baltimore. I also had Baltimore looking at corners in this draft. Like, in my mocks, like, Nate Wiggins had already been off the board by the time Baltimore picked. And so I didn't have them going with Nate Wiggins, but I had this being a place that if Terrion Arnold lasted this long, normally Terrion Arnold didn't last this long, but if he somehow did, this would have been a spot for him. I've had them look at Kool-Aid McKinstry, the Alabama corner. I had them even at a different point in the draft season. I had maybe Ennis Rakestraw sneaking into the first round here. He's aggressive, press man, feisty, and enforcing the run game. I thought he would have fit kind of what they look for, but it's a little early for him for most people. But now corner was definitely a need. So Nate Wiggins, I could definitely understand the pick. Like I said, they definitely need help in that secondary. He's not necessarily what they want from a physicality standpoint, but he's willing. He's just not able. My dog Johnny said Latu went already. Yeah, Latu went. Hold on one second. I'm going to tell you where he went. He went to Indianapolis, the Colts, if I'm not mistaken. I want to double check for you. Yes. Latu went 15 to the Colts. Yeah, 15 to the Colts. Johnny said a lot of offense in the first. Oh, yeah, no. This was definitely an offensive draft for sure. For sure. There were some questions about whether or not a defensive player was even going to go in the top 10. I think there's only been a few times in history where there hasn't been a defensive player to go in the top 10. And honestly, let me double check. I know. Let me see who went to. Oh, no offensive players went in the top 10. The first offensive player wasn't picked at 10. Latu was the first offensive player at pick 15. That's wild. I didn't even notice that. I knew it was an offensive draft, but like I didn't realize that like while it was going on, that yeah, he was the first defender off the board. Latu to the Colts at 15. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Tyler Guyton to the Cowboys. Cowboys fans are pissed. I'm telling y'all, I'm here in Dallas. Cowboys fans are pissed right now. Kool-Aid to the Niners. Yeah, I had mocked Kool-Aid to the Niners as well, Chop. That had been a popular landing spot for me. That was really the spot I had Kool-Aid going in all of my drafts up until like these last like 3 days. I started giving them Xavier Worthy. Like when all the trade talk started heating up around Brandon Ayuk, and then maybe even on the maybe even a little Debo. I seen a post talking about Debo as well, but between the two, I don't know. With everything going on with Ayuk, I started looking for receivers for them, and for whatever reason, man, I had kind of settled in on Xavier Worthy, maybe going to the Niners in a bit of a surprise. And you know what, Chop? Kansas City moved up to get Worthy. The team right ahead of them is the Niners. So it could have been that they were worried either the Niners or Baltimore may have been in the business or may have been in the running for Xavier Worthy, and so that's why they move up. So that's interesting. And both those teams, like I said, have a sneaky receiver need. Well, Baltimore has an obvious receiver need, but that's interesting. The Niners, yeah, what are they going to do here? Like I said, Kool-Aid McKinstry is the guy I had mocked to them as well. If Nate Wiggins would have made it, that'd have been tremendous. Because he's exactly what they need, what they want in San Francisco. They're not an overly in your face press man defense. It's a lot of off coverage, a lot of zone, and so Wiggins could have filled that to a T. Yeah, I really, really like that fit for them. And I don't want to see Wiggins in Baltimore. I ain't trying to deal with that. Especially when they get a little size on them. They're gonna put a good rookie 15 on Wiggins. He gonna show up about 190 pounds. And the league is gonna be terrified. Oh, okay. Johnny said, "Oh, I got you, Johnny." He said, "Talk about this Penix pick." Man, I'm telling you, I did not see that coming at all. I had heard one person say in passing that yeah, there's talk that the Falcons actually like Penix, but it was like a throwaway comment. But for them to pick Penix at 8 in the top 10 after giving Kirk Cousins 140 million. Oh no, 160 million. Forgive me. After giving Kirk Cousins 160 million, you use your top 10 pick on a replacement quarterback. Man. But honestly, I mean, it makes sense for them to try to get a quarterback, if and when it makes sense later on in the draft, maybe just to get somebody in the background because you move on from Desmond Ridder, who wasn't great anyway. But Kirk Cousins, he's 36. He's coming off of a torn Achilles already anyway. So he's already older. He's coming off of a substantial injury, right? And so you give him a 4-year contract. I think only the first 2 or 3, I think the first 2 are fully guaranteed. And there's some change guarantees in that 3rd year. I think out of the 140, I think 100 of it is guaranteed. So I think it's the first 2 years. I think 80 was the first 2 years are guaranteed, and I think that 3rd year has partial guarantees. So I think overall the guarantees are $100 million. But realistically, that's probably a 2-year contract before you get to the point where you can move off of Kirk Cousins if it's time to. Like I said, once you get above 35, especially that drop off can be steep. And so you already have Penix there in the wings. This is exactly what the Packers did with and Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers. Only Jordan Love wasn't a top 10 pick, but it's that line of thinking. So I love the fit for what he can be in that offense when they do move on from Kirk Cousins. So I do like that. The next pick is Cooper DeJean. So this is a good fit. This is a very good fit for Cooper DeJean. I think Cooper DeJean's landing was going to be very. It needed to be very specific because it depends on what you're going to ask him to do. Like I know there was a lot of talk about him being a white corner, and people were saying he can't play corner, or that was the running joke. Well, he can't play corner because he's white anyway. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I just don't think I think his athleticism, his game translates better to safety, or definitely if it's not going to be safety, if it's going to be corner, it's got to be a predominantly zone corner team, for sure. And then also, do you leave him outside or do you move him inside in the slot? So I think he's a safety. The player I comp him to was like Malcolm Jenkins, because Malcolm Jenkins was a corner at Ohio State before he transitioned to safety, and then he was used as a move and matchup safety as well. So I like DeJean in that mold, like a Malcolm Jenkins. Johnny said, "Is he a good nickel?" He played outside in Iowa, so he definitely played outside. But as far as the league is concerned, I think he's definitely going to be a guy. He's going to be a nickel / safety. He's going to be like Brian Branch in Detroit, Kyle Hamilton. The way Baltimore uses Kyle Hamilton is how Cooper DeJean is going to be used. That's the perfect example. So think about how Kyle Hamilton is used in Baltimore. That's Cooper DeJean. The way they do that. My dog Chop said, yeah, he's a tweener. Oh, and then Ricky Pearsall. Ricky Pearsall. Is Ricky Pearsall the pick for Buffalo? Ricky Pearsall. Oh, no. I lied to you. The Bills have traded. Who the Bills trade with? Whoa, with the Panthers. Okay, did they take Pearsall? One of the different things I'm watching on the draft, they were showing Ricky Pearsall on the screen. So I was thinking, okay, like, is he the pick? But maybe it was I just caught them talking about Ricky Pearsall. But the Buffalo moving all the way out, moving out the first round. Okay. Hey, Chop. What's going on with your boy? What's going on with your dog, A.D. Mitchell? What's going on with your dog, A.D. Mitchell, man? Is Carolina moving? Is Ricky Pearsall the pick, but Carolina traded it? That's what's going on? Is that what I missed? Okay, I was sitting there running my mouth. Oh, Pearsall to the Niners. What's going on with my man? Look, I swear, I was watching. I'm flipping back and forth between several things, and I swear to you, somebody had Cooper DeJean going to the damn Niners. I don't know what happened. Oh yeah, no. Well, we can definitely talk about this one. Ricky Pearsall to the Niners is a great pick. I love that. I do love that pick for sure. It was a maybe a hair early for Pearsall. I like Pearsall as well. Pearsall, I think, was when it was all said and done. I think I had Pearsall as my wide receiver, maybe wide receiver 8. Oh, Carolina trades up to 32 and they get Xavier Legette. Let's go, Xavier Legette. I had put Xavier Legette in my first round at pick 32. I had put him going to Kansas City at 32, but instead he goes, Buffalo trades back with Carolina. Carolina comes and gets Xavier Legette. I love it. I love it. Pearsall and Legette go above A.D. Mitchell. Chop, you sick? Chop, how you feeling, dog? Hey, Chop, how you feeling, dog? Hey, Jarrell said that. Hey, Day One gave Jarrell said that's a half point. It really is. I had Xavier Legette going 32. I had him going 32 Kansas City, but I had him going 32, man. Hey, just like I had Drake May going number 3, but I just had him going number 3 in a trade to Minnesota, but he went with New England. And then now the Bills get the first pick tomorrow. Yeah, I would imagine it's A.D. Mitchell. I would, especially at this point, man. Like I had Xavier Legette as a possibility for Buffalo at 28. A.D. Mitchell, I thought they could have won at 28. I didn't like Xavier Worthy at 28, but Legette and Mitchell were the guys I thought could be available for Buffalo, and I thought they'd get one of them. And then if Legette got by Buffalo, I thought Kansas City at 32 would be his spot. And then, of course, Carolina's been rumored to be in the mix or in on Legette as well if he would have made it to the second round. Man, hey, 4 hours and 6 minutes. My dog Johnny said, what was my favorite pick? Ooh, good question. I'm going to look. Matter of fact, let's run through these picks again, and I'll refresh myself as well for the favorites. Number 1, Caleb Williams, quarterback from USC. Number 2, Jaden Daniels, quarterback from LSU. 3, Drake May, quarterback from North Carolina. Number 4, Marvin Harrison to the Cardinals. Number 5, Joe Alt to the Chargers. Number 6, Malik Neighbors to the Giants. Number 7, J.C. Latham to the Tennessee Titans. Michael Penix went 8 to the Falcons. Roma Dunze 9 to the Bears. Number 10, Minnesota trades with New York Jets, and they get J.J. McCarthy. 11, Olu Fashanu went to the Jets. Number 12, Bo Nix to the Broncos. Brock Bowers, 13 to the Raiders. Talisi Fuaga, number 14 to the Saints. Leatu Latu, 15 to the Colts. Byron Murphy went 16 to the Seahawks. Jacksonville Jacksonville trades this pick at 17 to the Vikings. They get Dallas Turner. Amarius Mims with 18 to the Bengals. Jared Verse, 19 to the Rams. My Pittsburgh Steelers got Troy Fatanu with pick 20. Chop Robinson, edge from Penn State, went 21 to the Dolphins. Quinyon Mitchell to the Eagles at 22. Brian Thomas Jr., 23 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Dallas trade with Detroit at 24 for Terrion Arnold. Green Bay gets Jordan Morgan, tackle from Arizona, or tackle guard from Arizona. Tampa Bay Graham Barton, guard center from Duke. Arizona Darius Robinson, D lineman from Mizzou. Buffalo trades to Kansas City for Xavier Worthy. Tyler Guyton to the Cowboys. Nate Wiggins to the Ravens. Ricky Pearsall to the Niners. And Xavier Legette to Carolina in a trade at 32 from the Bills. My favorite pick, looking back at all of these, my absolute favorite pick, man, let me see. You know what? Ooh. I like Jared Verse to the Rams. I can't lie to you. I like Jared Verse to the Rams. Being a homer, I do like Fatano to the Steelers, considering where the board was at. I like Jared Verse to the Rams. Quinyon Mitchell to the Eagles. That's probably the pick I would go with, looking back at it. I think he was my corner number 1, and I think his style perfectly fits Vic Fangio's type of defense. And it was, like I said, a position of need. They didn't have to trade up to get him. I think for quality of player, team need, and value you paid, I think Philadelphia did the best out of all three of those phases, staying put at 22 and getting Quinyon Mitchell. I think that would probably be my favorite pick. And then let me see. Matter of fact, who's y'all favorite picks as well? Chop said he ain't worried about it, man. AD Mitchell gonna hit the league and tear it up and prove these first round doubters wrong. Now he ain't gonna fall to the Rams. Maybe Buffalo gets him with the first pick tomorrow. Johnny, what you say? He said he likes the Marvin Harrison Jr. pick to the Cardinals. Makes the most sense. Yeah, that the writing was on the wall for that one as well. I mean, that had been expected for. I mean that had been a very commonly expected pick for sure. And so I feel you there. Yeah, undisputable need filled by the best player at the position. I'm not gonna lie, man. Malik Neighbors was my wide receiver 1 in this year's draft, man. When I finalized my board, I had Malik Neighbors above Marvin Harrison Jr. But honestly, I agree with the sentiment though for sure. Chop said his favorite was Rome to the Bears. I really like that a lot as well, Chop. Me and Chop talked about that pick for about 20 minutes today on the phone right before I got on live for the draft. And so I feel you, man. When I really think about that pick as well, I do. You've got DJ Moore. You've got Keenan Allen in the slot on a 1-year deal. Rome Odunze I think he was the best X receiver in the draft. So just pure X, I think he's the best one. And now the Bears offense has a lot of pieces. I like Cole Kmet at tight end. I love DJ Moore as your Z receiver. I really like Keenan Allen, even at his age, as your slot. And now you get the best X receiver in the draft in Rome Odunze, man. Pairing that with Caleb Williams. I really like that pick as well. Johnny also likes the wrong pick for sure. And then Johnny said Vic's the DC. Yeah, so Vic Fangio, he was with Miami for a year, and then they let him out their contract so he can go to Philly, and now he's their defensive coordinator. And so, yeah, they definitely needed corner help in that room, man, for the Eagles. Neighbors not far off from Johnny says Neighbors not far from Marvin Harrison Jr. in his mind. He thought he could jump Marvin Harrison Jr. Yeah, and see, that's how I was. Going into this, I definitely thought Marvin Harrison Jr. was going to be the top guy. I remember Marvin Harrison Jr. jumping out in the film last year when I was watching Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave. And so Marvin Harrison Jr. jumped out in that film. And so going into this year, I was definitely like, oh, yeah, he was the number one guy going into it. But when I actually looked at the film, now some of that as well, the quarterback for Ohio State was trash. Well, I don't want to go, that might be a little harsh. He wasn't special at all. He was serviceable. And then you see he got up out of there. He transferred because they bring it in any and everybody they can. But so he didn't have great quarterback play. His year may be look a little different if he plays with a Caleb, if he plays with a Jaden Daniels, or you know what I mean? Or if he plays with a Michael Penix, his year looks a little different. But just still, when I looked at his film and his game, just Neighbors has a gear that Marvin doesn't have, man. He just does. And that sold me. Johnny said he wanted the Neighbors and Daniels reunion in Chicago. Man, that'd have been crazy. If Chicago was pick number 2 instead of pick number 1, and they got Daniels at 2 and then Neighbors at 9, that would have been nuts. My dog Chop said Caleb has everything in place. Man, he really does, man. That offensive line is solid. That offensive line is solid. Like I said, Cole Kmet at tight end is productive. He's a capable red zone threat, solid possession, big body possession receiver, a touchdown guy, a guy that gets in the paint. Like I said, man, DJ Moore, and he's been a star in my eyes, but man, now he's recognized for what I think he's been since he came into the league. Man, I really enjoyed his film. My dog Chop could tell y'all, man, I've been a big proponent of DJ Moore since he came to the league. And then, like I said, man, Keenan Allen played one of his best years of his career this past year. And so he still got gas in the tank. So man, I really like what the Bears have got going and got set up for for Caleb Williams. Johnny said he wasn't Stroud. What are you talking about? He wasn't Stroud. Oh, yeah, the quarterback for Ohio State. Yeah, no. So, well, no, 2 years ago, Stroud, of course, was the quarterback. But then last year, because Stroud's rookie year, they had that kid, the kid who just played this past season. He transferred. I can't think of his name. He was actually Marvin Harrison Jr.'s quarterback in high school. But nah, he was not a dude. You know what I mean? Like he was not a dude. And so yeah, I forgot. I think he transferred to Maryland, if I remember right. But he transferred because Ohio State brought in two guys to take that job. Johnny said, talking about Caleb Williams, said, yeah, he's great, but he scared him through the process because but he does think he's the most talented quarterback. Yeah, he's definitely the most talented quarterback. He's got damn near perfect mechanics. He's got a fantastic arm, both with distance, velocity, ball placement, accuracy, arm angles, different arm slots, off balance, cross body, going to his left, going to his right. Everything. He's got everything that you want as far as ability in a passer, for sure. Maybe you wish he was a little bigger. He's only 6'1", so maybe you wish he was a little bigger. But man, pocket mobility, ability to keep his eyes upfield and strike. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing to extend the play and just buy enough time to dump it out to your running back in the flat. I'm talking about a guy that buys time and strikes you for 30 yards upfield on a rope. Yeah, Johnny said he's got crazy arm angles. Yeah, no doubt, man. Johnny said the tape is very Patrick Mahomes-esque. I mean, yeah. I honestly, though, I think when I watch them, they're both very lofty comparisons for sure, but man, Aaron Rodgers, I guess, is the guy he said he models his game after. But Aaron Rodgers is who he puts me in the mind of when I see it. There's a lot of similarities from Rodgers and Mahomes as well. Mahomes has a lot of Rodgers in his game, for sure. But yeah, Aaron Rodgers is the guy. Aaron Rodgers is the guy that I compared him to as far as just overall arm talent, for sure. But all right, y'all. Look. It's 11 o'clock. We more than 4 hours in, man. 4 hours, and it's about to be 17 minutes that your boy has been live, man. Went live at 6:45 p.m. on the dot. And appreciate y'all for tapping in and rocking with your dog, man. And then Johnny said he also compared Mahomes to Rodgers. Johnny said, we back tomorrow? Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm back tomorrow as well. I don't know if I'll do both rounds. I don't know how long I'll go. I think I'll probably do the second round for sure. I don't think I'm gonna do the third round, but definitely I definitely plan on doing the second round. And then I'll probably go ahead and tap out at that point, man, and just sit back and watch the third. But yeah, I definitely plan on doing the second for sure, man. So tap in. Before y'all get out of here, man, like I said, let me thank y'all for rocking with your dog, man. Man, appreciate this, man. Like I said, this was definitely a marathon, 4 hours strong, man. So appreciate all the love. Real quick, man, let me holler at y'all members, man, in the building. My dog Chop, first one in the chat as always, man. Appreciate you, brother, for sure. The fam bam was in the building, man. Appreciate my mom, my auntie for sure, man. High school classmate of mine, man, Ty Pritchard dropped in and hollered at your dog, man. Appreciate you as well, Ty, man. Glad to hear you doing well, big dog. Curious to see what you think about that Chiefs pick, man. What you think about Worthy? But yeah, man, got to catch up with man. Me and Ty Pritchard go back to 5th grade, 5th or 6th grade, one of them, yeah. So man, good to hear from you, big dog. Man, my dog, Terrible Tom Walker, holding it down for those Houston Texans. You know, Tom showed in and showed your boy some love. Man, I'm looking for all y'all, man. My dog Johnny came in, man, made the night shift, man. Johnny helped close us on out for the night. Appreciate you, Johnny, as always, dog. My little cousin Buster came through, man. Shout out to my little bro, man, Demario, for sure. He tapped in with me. My dog Cooper Jones in Chicago, man. Appreciate you, big dog. Love as always. Day one gang Jarrell, man. Hold me down a strong way as always, man. Day one game. My dog D-Dot jumped in the building as well. Hollered at me, man. Still a nation. He know what's going on. He know what the business is. And then, hey, man, I'm looking for y'all. I'm looking for y'all. But, man, hey, y'all know the program, man. Y'all know how it goes. If I forgot to say your name, damn, my bad. But charge it to my head. Don't charge it to my heart. You know I'm still thinking about y'all, man. Appreciate all the love, support. Appreciate all the engagement. Keep the chat live. Talk to me. You know I talk back. And just like that, man, I'm out this thing. I will be back tomorrow for round 2 for sure. My dog Johnny said he's already tapping in, man. Johnny, before you leave, don't forget, man, get on that YouTube, hit the like, hit the subscribe for your dog, man. I appreciate our love, support. Until tomorrow, I will see y'all.